Happy Juneteenth. Welcome to our second annual, officially now, Juneteenth Conference. As we come together to celebrate this holiday, we recognize the momentous milestone of after over 150 years of celebration, Juneteenth is now a federal holiday. While there is still much work to be done and much progress to be made, the very spirit of Juneteenth is to reflect on the road we've traveled, celebrate how far we've come, and prepare for the voyage ahead. Today, we are going to kick off our second annual Juneteenth conference with a town hall. And I am so happy and excited to share this topic with you because I feel it's something that we definitely don't hear enough of and something that I can't wait to hear more about. We have an esteemed and outstanding panel of guests who will be speaking with us today, and I will allow our moderator to elaborate more on that. So, without further ado, I would like to introduce Labrina Loving, and she is a principal engineer at Microsoft with over 20 years of experience in software engineering and consulting. She began her career as a .NET developer, and since that point has had the opportunity to build and grow her technical skill set across a diverse set of platforms and programming languages. She has had the privilege to lead digital transformation and cloud migrations for many Fortune 100 companies and government organizations. In her current role, she leads developer advocacy for gaming, where she helps and inspires game creators of all sizes to build on the cloud. She is very passionate about ensuring there are more women and more women and minorities in STEM careers, and is working on several initiatives, including her podcast, Disrupting the Cloud. She also is very active in the developer community, speaking and volunteering at events throughout the world. So I am both proud, pleased, and honored to introduce Labrina Loving.
Hey, thanks for having me. How are you?
Wonderful. How are you?
I am good. I'm excited to be here again for our second year.
And we are so happy to have you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And so I believe we are kicking everything off today with a town hall. And our topic today will be women in tech, Black women in tech.
Yeah, absolutely. So I am joined today with some amazing women. So I have Angie Jones with me, and Brittany Braxton, and Saw Rogers. And we are here to rock the mic today. So Angie, why don't you go ahead and just introduce yourself first?
Sure. So I'm Angie Jones. I'm a senior director at Applitools, Java champion, automation architect, do lots of different things. Owner of Diva Chicks. I think that about sums it up. Happy to be here today with you all.
Okay. And Brittany, why don't you introduce yourself?
Sure. Hello, everyone. I'm Brittany Braxton. I'm a software engineer currently at TableXI, a Chicago-based consultancy, and I'm located in Ann Arbor, Michigan. I run a blog called tnotes.dev, where I blog about my experience as a software developer, as well as including some doodles and artwork. You can also catch me also talking a lot about journaling, bullet journaling at Juneteenth last year, as well as various Microsoft events through Microsoft Reactor and online. I also have, I guess that's it about me.
Great, great. And Kishaw, can you introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Kishaw Rogers. I am currently the CEO of Time Study. It's an enterprise software company. We provide a platform to help hospitals understand how people spend their time at work and how it impacts their satisfaction at work. My background is in computer science. I'm a 3-time tech entrepreneur. I've been building and distributing software for about 25 years now. And I specialize in software engineering, artificial intelligence, and systems thinking.
Okay, well, awesome. Thanks everyone for joining. So we're just gonna kick it off, and I'm gonna just start asking some questions, and then we're just gonna, vibe. So, so my first question, I think I'm gonna start off, is just around, challenges. Like, what do you think are some of the biggest challenges that face Black women in tech in this space? And that's for whoever wants to chime in. I know Miss Angie has some thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think we are severely underestimated, I believe. If you look at just the stats about Black women, the narrative is we get stuff done, right? We're the most educated people in the U.S. We're just phenomenal beings, and yet we're very underestimated when given opportunities, things like that. I think everyone on this stage is very accomplished. I can speak for myself. Even though I do get like lots of opportunities and chances, I still feel that I'm underestimated, right? When people do give me those opportunities, they're not looking at what I really can bring to that, and they're only thinking about a very small part of that. And that makes me think, like, how many opportunities am I being overlooked for because people don't see that excellence in us?
Yeah, that's a huge point. I'll talk about that in a minute. But Kishaw or Brittany, any other thoughts about that? What are some of your challenges, do you think?
Yeah, I agree with her about being underestimated. I also think that people that are underestimated they pay a tax in their time. So instead of spending your time actually building great products and innovating, you're spending a lot of time trying to prove yourself to people that can't see you. And I think that's one of the biggest challenges that I see, particularly with women in tech, is that we're over mentored a lot. Like, we're ready, just ready as anyone else, to work in a lot of these positions, but we spend a lot of time being mentored in areas that are not necessary because people have devalued our skill set and contribution to tech. So I think that's the biggest challenge. I think how we spend our time is important, and I'm often frustrated by the amount of time that we spend trying to prove that we belong in tech. I think we should spend more time actually building and delivering great product.
Yeah, absolutely. Brittany, what do you think?
I'll just plus everything that's being said so far. I think what's increasingly also an interesting situation for Black women in technology is that we're entering in a lot of different paths to get into this field, whether it's through traditional training, like going to school for a computer science degree, whether it's boot camps, whether it's doing it all on your own. And so it can be very difficult to not only seek out that talent of where these different paths that Black women are coming through to get to the field, but also how to support that best, because each of them are going to come with different experiences and different, different challenges, different upbringings. And so where people might think like, oh, I'm going to go and I'm going to support, boot camp people the same way that I support computer science people, it's going to be very different. There's a lot of intersectionality around what makes allowing Black women to join the field in larger numbers and as a roadblock. There's answers to it. It's not like it's an impossible thing. I think that us all sitting here today is a beautiful example of that, where our ancestors' wildest dreams, right? But there's still tremendously a lot more that could be done. And I challenge that from the largest company all the way down to the smallest company, that you can do more.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a huge point. I've been saying this for several years, with challenging hiring managers, challenging companies about being uncomfortable. Start getting uncomfortable about how you hire and look for people, because I think it's very simple for a hiring manager to start looking at, and I talk about this all the time at my own company, right? I see hiring managers, they go through resumes and they're like, oh, this person went to University of blah blah blah, I identify with that. Or I see things in that person's resume that I identify with, and then that makes you feel comfortable about that person, right? And you look at my resume, I mean, I am fortunate. I went to, a school that, a lot of middle-aged white men identify with, in the University of Michigan. And Brittany, go blue. We go do a quick go blue shout out. But there are so many talented Black women that come from so many diverse walks of life. And I think because the hiring managers don't identify with their walk of life, that you all of a sudden become like a risk, which I like, and there's all these red flags that happen, which I'm thinking like that shouldn't be the case, right? We're, to everyone's point, we're kind of walking in as, feeling like a risky hire. So that means we get, people feel like we need to get over mentored, as Shaw brought up, and some of those things. So I think, how do we start to address some of those ideals where we have hiring managers that just don't see us as being, a viable candidate, right? As opposed to, the prototypical white male hire. I don't know. Kisha, what do you think?
No, I agree. I think Brittany raised a good point about the pipeline. Another thing that I see is there's a lot of talent within a company, and sometimes we overlook people that already work there, but they may work in a different division or department, and perhaps they're interested in contributing to the development of tech, but we tend to go outside of those areas, outside of the company, to seek talent. And sometimes, I think training girls to study computer science is important, but there's a ton of adults that are already working that have an interest in working and contributing to tech that we often ignore as well.
Yeah, that's also a great point. So we have a new we have someone who just joined. Kamiko, welcome.
Thank you so much. Can you?
Yep.
Oh yes,
we can
absolutely.
hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, great. Thank you so much for having me. I did. I've been celebrating this morning, so I got wrapped up a little late with our Harrisburg celebration. So please excuse my tardiness. But thank you for having me. I wanted to kind of jump in here and introduce myself. Kamiki Campbell was actually supposed to be moderating today, but I already jumped into a great conversation. So I'm loving what I'm hearing. How are all of you doing now that I'm jumping in here today? How's it going? How you feeling?
It's going great. Yeah, it's exciting to be here again for the second year at Juneteenth Conference.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And we're actually now celebrating Juneteenth Conference now that it is an official national holiday. So I know that has to get everybody pretty excited as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And so I don't want to break up the flow of conversation, but I did want to jump in and say hello. So I did hear that you were talking about some hiring practices and how to be attractive. And not even to be attractive, but how to, do this convincing piece of hiring. And I just wanted to kind of maybe hear what others wanted to say on that, and kind of go from there.
Yeah, I'll jump in there. It's interesting how, you know, this burden often falls back on our shoulders to, like, what can we do to convince them that, you know, we're ready, that we can do it, when we're already doing, like, you know, twice as much as our counterparts, you know. I don't have the answer for what we can do. I'm literally giving it, you know, 200% of myself. And I think there needs to be some work with our colleagues, you know, some self work where they work on themselves to address their biases when they have, you know, a resume that comes across their desk and, you know, they don't identify with the school, they don't identify with the background, and they check themselves to realize, why am I not giving this person, you know, a fair shake? Like, obviously she's qualified, she might be even overqualified, and why don't I feel she's capable? I don't feel that there's much I can do on my end to convince someone of that. One thing that I do, and it helps a little bit, but not all the way, is I try to be more visible externally, right? Where there's other people who might be in those same rooms who can speak on my behalf and say, no, she's the bomb. No, she can do the job. No, you definitely want to have a conversation with her.
Absolutely. Those are great points that you bring up. And I think that's a great kind of way to segue. What kind of advice would you ladies, I know this Juneteenth conference picking up so many viewers, and so many viewers who are in key positions in companies, right? So what would you all say to hiring managers, to those senior level leaders in companies who drive the culture of those companies? What would you say to them along the lines of what Angie's saying about what they need to be kind of thinking about, and how they should be affecting the hiring culture in their companies? What advice would you give them to make sure that they're starting to include more diverse hires, more women of color hires, Black women hires in their organizations?
I like to say
We can start with Brittany there.
Yeah. I would say that if you're sitting here and you're in such a leadership position, you should already have some sort of diversity, equity, inclusion model in place at your company. And if you don't right now, you should be scared. I think that we're at a place right now modernly where if you're not considering these kind of factors of who are you hiring, who are you promoting, what kind of company are you building, without having representation that is broader beyond white men and white women, you're building a company that's doomed for failure. You're missing out not only on the diversity of thought and experience and talent that you have, but you also are missing out on the diversity of the consumers that you're trying to target. And that's missing out if you continue to have a very white, homogenous team. I think that leaders should constantly be thinking about, who are we missing at the table? If you're looking around and your leaders all look like you, if your leaders all come from similar backgrounds, you're missing out on a larger picture. And so I think that at least what I'm seeing more and more is that there is this intention to try to improve the numbers, and there's this intention to try to improve the areas where we're recruiting. But I think that there's still this hope that by hiring somebody, we can then have a win with the DEI initiatives, when it's not necessarily like a one to another. It's a continuous cycle. And so I would say that those are two things to definitely be considering.
That's excellent, Brittany. That's very excellent. Labrina, can you pop in here? What do you think that hiring managers and senior level leaders should be thinking about in this new age that we're in, right? We are moving in a very much an age of I think, where we already know that, particularly for Black women, we are I'm not some of the most educated group in the country. We know that we have so many, not just resume skills, but leadership skills. So what kind of things would you be saying to some of these companies when it comes to hiring?
So I think one of the biggest things that you can do is get out of your own backyard and get out of your own neighborhood and start getting comfortable with being uncomfortable and seeing Black women in action, because I think that they like some of these leaders still bring such a narrow view of the world, to them, that they just don't see us. They don't see us showing up, and then they don't see us at work. And to me, I think it's super important that for them, I would just challenge, and Angie alluded to this, like, you got to do some own, like, self work and self retrospection. Like, Brittany and I have talked about this before, about, like, working and relationships at work and building a workforce. It's a two-way street, right? So I can't just be the one that you're telling me I need to do A, B, C, and D at work in order to be in a certain position and be in a certain place. A lot of that work is on you. A lot of that work is on these leaders who are, mostly white, that haven't put in the work, that got to a position, and some of them got to a position just because of their skin, and they need to be putting in the work to check their own biases, understand where those biases come from, and understand how they can help and fix that, because and unfortunately it can't come from me. I can't help you. I can only do the self work on myself. So I challenge this, and this is something I've had conversations with my previous manager, and I actually will give him a shout out, because we've had some candid conversations about, like, there's some work, right? He grew up in a very small Midwest town, and didn't have that exposure. And I think, and I will give him a little bit of applaud for, like, starting to listen and think about that. Got a long way to go, but I think that, like, I challenge every single leader that's watching this to really do that self introspection and think about where those biases are coming from.
Oh, Labrina, you make a great point there. I think the self-work that needs to be done for leaders. There's actually a couple articles that have been written about that, particularly in the STEAM and STEM world, where the contrast between leaders being able to adapt so readily in that world to all the changing technology in various parts of the world of that world, but not to diversity and not to hiring Black and brown women. And I just think that's such an interesting point that you brought up about doing that internal work, because it's very true. I know that Ms. Rogers wanted to have a little something to say about to Brittany's point a little before, and then Angie, and then we'll move on to another topic.
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to make a quick point about revisiting the why. I think a lot of leaders should think about why they want to improve the diversity on their teams. Sometimes people would like to do that because they don't want to make the news for not being diverse, and that's not a good enough reason. So you have to think of a reason, like why is it important? And sometimes it's not important, and you pick up on that if you're one of the people that they're recruiting, that they just need a body and a seat to say that they did the thing, and they put your face on the website, and they bring you out during holidays and things like that. And you see it in the retention statistics, where people are able to recruit diverse candidates, but they can't keep them. So that self-awareness and doing the work, like, that's a foundation to this, to keeping quality candidates. I also think people should challenge the belief that there aren't any qualified candidates. You get the pipeline argument a lot. Like, there's no one. We have to go all the way back to elementary school and train these babies for the future because there's no one. But that's not the case. Like, people are doing really great work already. So there's a lot of things that need to be challenged so that they can improve the pipeline that they source talent. Because again, there are tons of places to source talent that I think we overlook. One is right in the building, like in other divisions and departments, and there are different schools, and then there are people that don't go to school, so the boot camps and people that are self-taught in the open source community, and there's just a diverse environment to recruit from that companies often overlook because they don't trust the people that validate those candidates. They need Harvard or Stanford or Google or Facebook or something else to say that you're great, and we have to get over that. Like, there are a lot of great people living in average towns in America doing great work. And I think, and I don't know if the conversation will come up, but I know companies are struggling to get people into work. People like to work remote. I think a lot of that is going to help improve some diversity because you'll be able to source from candidates outside of the major metropolitan areas as well. Yeah. Those are the only points that I wanted to make.
No,
those are great points. Those are very great points. And I want to make sure that I highlight one thing you said. There are wonderful people who are already working in the organization. That is a great point. And I think the especially diverse candidates get overlooked for those, when they're already working there because they're not in a position where it may not seem that's a natural kind of flow into some of these, other roles. And I think you're exactly right. I think sourcing from within is really important. Angie, go ahead and tell us some of your thoughts.
Yeah, I think that everything that Keyshawn said was spot on. We have to, and when I say we, I mean leadership. We have to get away from the notion that we're doing diversity for optics or it's a nice thing to do. Listen, at the end of the day, this is business, and let's be honest. I challenge any one of you to scroll your Twitter feed right now. I'll give you 5 minutes to do that and find where you don't see Black culture in almost everything that you're reading, right? We drive culture. So if you are someone who's trying to sell products to human beings, it might be advantageous for you to include some Black people in building these products and directing these products. One of the teams that I direct is a majority of Black women. And this is new, right? So they messed up and gave me some leadership abilities, and I'm bringing people in because just like you said, there's no pipeline issue. When I put these recs out, I got just as many Black women applying as I got anybody else. And so I have a team mostly made of Black women. When I tell you that they are killing the KPIs, numbers that the business has never seen before. Am I surprised? No, because I know Black women get things done, right? We are excellent and phenomenal in what we do. So I just wanted to bring it out. Diversity is not an optics thing. Don't think you're lowering the bar. If you want to win and succeed and have that advantageous position in the market, we're your secret weapon.
Absolutely. That is such a great point. Diversity is not lowering the bar. That is a beautiful point. I love it. And that is what it has become, kind of this kind of a Passover kind of idea, because folks are saying, oh, if I hire diverse talent, I'm not hiring the best. That's wrong, and it's incorrect. And I love that you pointed that out. So we have a question on the floor from the audience. So we're talking about, we're talking directly to leaders, but now let's talk to folks who we know have to be in these environments and try to hold these leaders accountable. What advice do you ladies have for trying to bring, trying to navigate that with senior leaders and with hiring managers even at organizations? How would you ask folks, or even, I'm sorry, not ask, but how would you tell folks or give any advice to on how to navigate some of the topics we're talking about as far as holding leaders accountable to diversity in their organizations. And we'll start with, I think the names went away, but we'll start with Brittany.
Okay, sure. So I think out of everyone here, I'm probably still the most junior, but I had to catch myself in thinking that when I was offered this position, because I do have about 4 years of experience as a software engineer. So I've been around the block a little bit, just once, maybe twice. I think of my experience so far, I've seen a lot of really interesting and awful things. A lot of it has been situations where I had to leave the company because I don't think that this is something that I want to try to, call out and have the responsibility to fix, because it's a much bigger issue. I think as advice to people who are experiencing that, just like there's hierarchy of needs for us to be able to survive, we need comfort, we need food, we need shelter. Think about what is it your hierarchy of needs to be able to be comfortable and challenge such a question. Because if you already feel unsafe and not secure to be able to call out some sort of racist, sexist, homophobic kind of stuff, it's going to make it just even more difficult to thrive there. I think that when you look into your coworkers and your team, find who's that person that you can be a confidant to be able to say, hey, did you see what happened in that last meeting? That wasn't appropriate. Hey, who are the people that you can talk to call out this and be able to get some sort of echoing? Because from what I've seen, my own experience, it can be a lot harder to be that one, the only Black woman in a room, and then not the biggest bull or the biggest in the room, to be able to speak up and say, hey, this is bullshit. Because what happens, and this is a sociological phenomenon, is that eventually you're becoming from the shiny token that's in the company to now you're the problem child. And if you're able to find different ways to navigate that in a very political kind of social structure, do that and call it out. I think that there sometimes could be smaller victories that you can try to capture and do, like I said, finding those confidants, finding those people who do kind of get it a little bit more before you go head to head with the one that is, the most loud and not at all clued into some of the harm and discrimination that they're putting out there. But yeah, I'm going to say this too, like, we're all technologists and we're in an industry that's in demand right now. And don't think that I'm going to continue to grovel to you kicking me when I could always go and find a better job. Don't think that I'm going to feel like I have to bend over and continue to take this kind of beating when I could go and do something else. And I think that has been a thing for me to embolden myself even more and continue to try to step out without feeling like I have to shelter myself. I hope that answers that question to whoever's out there.
Those are beautiful points. Oh yes, absolutely. I think those are beautiful points. And I think you're right. I think knowing when you can affect the culture and when you can't is very important. And I think that's an important point. Does anybody else have any advice for folks who want to, really the right word is challenge, right? I think folks are looking to challenge and hold accountable their leadership for some of these hiring practices, especially in these fields where particularly Black women are underrepresented. What are some other points of advice that you would give to folks who want to challenge and hold accountable their leaders and their organizations?
So I would say one thing is, don't feel like I think the question is felt like it's a risk, right? And to Brittany's point, they need you, right? Not the other way around. And so if you are in a situation where you feel uncomfortable, you don't have safety, as part of your own self-care, you need to challenge it or you need to challenge it, and you need to. And I know sometimes it's a lot of people. It's easy for me to kind of say, go ahead, go out there and challenge it. But I think that you need to. I challenge everyone to start feeling comfortable about challenging those situations and speaking up and saying those things. And if you're in a workplace environment where you don't feel comfortable enough to challenge and say, hey, this is not right. I don't feel comfortable here. I don't feel comfortable in this situation. That's sort of a red flag, right? I have been in organizations where I have been almost every organization where there has not been nearly enough people that look like me, but there have been organizations where I felt comfortable in speaking up, and there have been organizations where I did not feel comfortable speaking up. And those are organizations, that's the feeling that means that is not the organization for me. And that just tells me that this is not the place that I need to be, because I'm not going to be supported. I'm not going to be able to thrive and grow. And I just encourage, like, if you are not, and if you're feeling that way, that just means that maybe it's just not the place for you.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. That is excellent point. I think Angie, we have a little delay. I'm so sorry, Angie. I didn't mean to speak over you, but I think that you were going to go next.
Yeah, no worries at all. Yeah, I think that's a really good point, Labrina. I was sitting here kind of struggling to give advice because it is real, right? It is a risk that you're taking, especially as Brittany pointed out, like if you're, earlier in your career or something like that. I think you hit it right on the head by saying that, if this feels like a culture where either you cannot speak up or you're retaliated against or something like that, it's time to move. Like, it's just too hard. Like, we already have to do like more than anyone else. We're already constantly, dealing with microaggressions and trying to prove ourselves and get opportunities. And now we have to try to dismantle white supremacy too. Like, that's a whole nother job. Like, it's just too much, right? And I remember a case early in my career where I'm killing it, but I'm not getting promoted. And, I tried to address that, and it was just like, oh, kind of wait your turn thing. And I mean, literally years are passing by. And so I brought it up to HR and they got involved. This was one of the cases where they did actually work on my behalf. Shout out to the Black woman who was in that position. And I got the promotion. But when I tell you, the very next year, I got a bad review. And I believe this was retaliation. Now I'm a problem child in the organization. So it was a sign to me that, okay, I can stay here and try to fight them yet again, or I can just move on. And that's what I chose to do. And I hate even giving that sort of advice. I don't like to encourage people to leave their jobs and stuff like that. But I mean, at what cost are you going to stay, right? Do you want to stay and try to change a whole organization's mind, or even a department or a team? Or do you want to advance your own career like everyone else gets to do?
Those are excellent points. So very excellent points. And I think that where you hit the nail on the head is, for me, I think everybody's making great points, but there's this at point where you have to choose yourself, right? Over trying to be a martyr for a company that clearly does not want to change. And I think that is an important point. You have to know when to hold them and when to fold them, right? And also, I'm encountering a lot of Black women I work in health IT, but in our fields who are like, I just feel like a sellout because I don't feel like I'm making change. And I just want to look into the camera and say, do not feel that way. Your very existence of being there is making change. Your very existence of operating and working and affecting, just putting out your expertise into that space is making change. So I just wanted to say that. So Ms. Rogers, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think those are excellent points. I know Angie's mentioned she doesn't like to encourage people to leave, but I will. I think you should leave. I think that there's a tax. Like, I'm big on how your time is spent, and also labor. So a company hires you because they believe in your talent and that you can add value. And then you have to spend your time. The rest of your coworkers are innovating and growing their portfolios and moving through their careers. And you spend your time being a social justice warrior for free in your company because they don't know how to grow a diverse talent base. So I think it starts with what Brittany stated. Like, you got to pay attention to your hierarchy of needs. Not everyone has the ability to quit their jobs. So really paying attention to what you need to live. Also, we, as you can see with Black Twitter, we're great at building tribes. We should put a lot of that time that we would spend at the company into building your own tribe of people that can get you into other jobs. And then what Labrina pointed out about being courageous enough to speak up, I think a lot of us should stop being okay with being the only one. Some of us are not okay, but some of us are okay because it does help you stand out a bit. You're the only this on the team. Don't be okay with that, because you're going to pay a tax with that too. They're going to call you every time Black History Month comes around. You're going to be speaking on panels on the way. It's a lot. So you shouldn't be okay with that. So you want to bring people in from your tribe into the company and really recommend some of the people in your network for jobs so that you're not the only one. Also, it amplifies your voice when you do need to speak up. And then finally, if you're unable to get leadership to see the points that that you're trying to make, leave. Find another job, but build the foundation for being able to move around, and also be aware of your value in the jobs that you're in. What value are you bringing to that company? Constantly be aware of that. Connect with people that can help you articulate the value that you're bringing so that your portfolio is set when you're ready to go.
Those are excellent points. We're running a little on time, so I want to make sure we get a couple more questions in. So maybe we'll do two of you to each question, whoever wants to go. So I have a question that I wanted to pose to you all. So now we're talking a little bit about leadership, talking about accountability. Now, what if any of you have encountered this, let me know. I've only encountered it once or twice myself. But if you have leadership who are Black and brown people or Black and brown women, and they are towing the line, right, when it comes to, kind of making sure that they don't rock the boat, how would you address those folks? How are we going to address these in turn? How would you all think about or suggest addressing those internalized issues, right? Internalizing issues of, racism, misogyny in the workplace, sexism, because folks feel like if we say anything, we've gotten to this point. So if we say anything, we're going to be ostracized, and our careers are going to stop. That's a real fear, particularly for Black women. What kind of advice would you give those rising leaders who are getting up to those ranks on how they can, preserve themselves, but also, not be afraid to hold those companies accountable now that they're in a position to do so?
I defer to anyone else who wants to go first.
Hard one, right? That's a harder one.
That's a hard one. I think staying connected is the only thing I could think of. So we all go to work. We spend a lot of our time at work, and some of us have families, and you have to make time to stay connected to the people you want to impact. And also, I think we should recognize that we're not all the same. So we may all be Black, or we may all be of color, or a woman, but we don't all think the same. We don't all believe the same thing. So I think just acknowledging that that's the case. So you may see leaders that look like you, but they don't move like you. It is what it is. And so you just stay connected to what's important to you as you move along your journey, your career journey. I think that helps you understand, or at least have someone in your environment that can say, hey, I remember when you used to, and now you're doing this. Like, did you change your mind, or something? Has something changed? Sometimes this happens because people become really removed from the communities that they grow with. And it's okay to grow out of a place, but if you care about the place that you've grown out of, you should stay connected to it.
That's an excellent point. That's an excellent point. Anyone else want to answer that question?
I don't fault those people. Like Keisha has said multiple times today, there's a tax in the stuff that we do. And all of us here today, we're here because we're willing to pay a little bit more to help others, right? Everyone might not be in that situation. I know Black leaders who didn't grow up in Black communities and they don't really understand the same struggles. I know others who, they're not part of the Black resource group. They're not coming to your little Juneteenth cookout. They come to work, they do their job, and guess what? They're soaring. They're soaring. And I leave them alone. I don't fault them. That's them, For me, a lot of people made a way for me, gave me opportunities, and I'm an AKA, we're all about service for all mankind. So it's just in me to want to give back and help others. And I can't expect that same thing from other people because, as Keisha said, there's a tax. It's a tax.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. That's a great point. Well, I thank you for those answers. I think what I'm hearing here is that, it's hard at that level, but there's a way to do it that we can pull others behind us. And that's very important to do. So I love to hear that. So we did have a question from the audience as well. Wanted to know, how do you kind of maintain who you're representing the company persona and also your social media persona, and maybe how you enact some of your advocacy points there, and how do you navigate that? And I will just go ahead and be very upfront and say I do it terribly, so maybe you ladies have better advice. Let's start with Ms. Rogers. I'd love to hear how you do that.
So what is this? Maintaining your identity,
yeah, like social media. Yep.
Yeah.
Social media identity versus work identity and your representation of the company, and how you kind of navigate that.
I think it's a great question. So my answer is from the lens of a CEO that runs her own company, but I have customers and investors, and so those are my bosses, so to speak. So those are the people that are paying attention to my presence on social media. I try to be as authentic as I can on social media. I do. I'm very clear on where my personal boundaries are. So there are certain things you don't see me talk about anyway in public. Like I don't often post pictures of my children, and I don't often post their names, and I don't tell people where I am in real time, things like that. But for me, I think I've been in tech for a while, over 25 years. I think I've reached a point in my career where, a lot of people know me. I just am who I am. So I'm very comfortable with being myself on social media. And the parts that, the thing that's important to me is if you see me in a Starbucks and you follow me on Twitter, you should get the same energy. It shouldn't be like, oh my God, she's so much different than what I thought. That's when I know I'm not being authentic. Or if you see me in a space that, I didn't realize she was in that community of people, then I know I'm not being very authentic. So I try to be as authentic as possible so that people know my point of view, what I believe in, and my philosophy around things that I think it's important for the public to know. And then for everything else, I think sometimes we talk about authenticity like as if we need to put all of our business on the internet for people to be able to connect with us. I actually don't believe that. I don't think I need to know everything about you to follow you on Twitter and to understand your work and to support your work. So I have a very clear boundary on what I share and what I don't share. And people that are in my inner circle, again, when they see me on social media, they also don't feel like I'm a different person. So if they read my posts and we do dinner, it's the same person. They don't get a sense that, hey, you're so much different on the internet and I grew up with you. Like it's two different people. So I try to keep them aligned. But I also feel very
that's excellent.
empowered to do that. I'm in a position to be empowered to do that.
Okay.
That makes perfect sense. I wanted to highlight one thing. I'm sorry about that. One thing you said though is what I want to highlight is authenticity, but not always having to put all your business out there. And that's a lesson I will tell you that I learned the hard way. All right, who else wants to answer that question? Brittany, was that you?
Labrina.
Oh yeah.
No, Labrina.
So
Sorry, it was Labrina. Okay, go ahead.
yeah, so I would say the other thing is authenticity. I'm made up of a lot of different facets, and I feel like a lot of times people may see me being one way and they try to like box you in, and then when you see me out in the streets being another way, you're like, oh well, she's not being authentic. There are a lot of facets to me, and so I think the other piece of that is you don't necessarily have to respond to people's expectations of you, right? Like I wear my hair a million different ways. Sometimes I'm makeup, sometimes I'm not. Sometimes I'm fried chicken and collard greens. Sometimes I'm sushi. Sometimes I'm south side of Chicago. Sometimes I'm not. Like there are a lot of facets, and I'm thankful and grateful that I've had the opportunity to experience so much, and that's made me who I am. And so I would also say, when I hear this authenticity word, I think like that in and of itself feels a little bit like you're trying to like box me in. Like I saw, like, so you saw me on Twitter saying one thing, or you saw me, here being one way, and then you see me out in the streets being another way, and then like you'll report back and be like, oh well, Labrina's not being authentic. No, that was Labrina. That was another slice of Labrina. So I would encourage again everyone, step into all the facets of you, all the facets that you want to explore, and just do you. And there are going to be a lot of versions of you, and like explore them all, be all of them. So that's what I would say.
Explore all the different facets of you. That is an amazing advice. And I think that not only is that amazing advice, but I think that it gives folks the chance to be free in a way that the usual concept of authenticity can sometimes be binding, right? Because forcing you to be the same in every space may not be feasible for anybody, right? Or not even the same, but present the same way, So I think that's a great word. That's a good word. So we're winding down on time here, and it's really been very enjoyable to sit with all of you. This has been an amazing conversation, and I wanted to kind of throw out one kind of last question for you. And I mean, it's Juneteenth, right? It's the first national celebration, that first national holiday. We've been celebrating all our lives, obviously, but I really want you to speak to our viewers and talk about, how you see. I'll tell you a little background to the question before I ask it. I see Juneteenth as a holiday of restoration, right, and reconciliation, and pouring back into communities, into Black communities, the resources that were stripped away, including, things like getting great positions in companies, right? So things that we were systematically held back from. So for this conversation, how do you see the celebration of Juneteenth connecting to the work that you do, and how do you carry that out in everything that you, and not even everything, or any aspect of what you do, and the kind of role that you're taking on? How does Juneteenth, and maybe some of the tenets of Juneteenth and what Juneteenth means to you, how does that fit into your world and what you do for your professional life? And we'll start, any one of you can go first, but I'd like to hear from all of you.
I guess I'll go. And I think for me, Juneteenth was an evolution of something that, freeing us after we were already declared free, right? So it kind of parallels sometimes a lot of the things that I hear in the workplace, is that, oh, Labrina, you're here, so that means everything's okay, right? No, we gotta still keep we gotta still keep on fighting and keep on going. Like I'm like just because I'm where I am at, that does not mean that it's okay. That does not mean that we can, stop fighting. So, just because there was something signed in the law, just because there are changes that are happening in companies and organizations, just because there's a few more Black and brown folks in the room, we can't stop fighting. Like that's still not good enough. That's still not like we still need to continue to fight. And so like for me, that's what like Juneteenth means. It gives me an opportunity. It's like I'm reflecting on the fact that just like there was a proclamation that we're free, and then we still had to keep fighting. We still have to keep fighting. I'm just one small person in the millions of wonderful, beautiful Black women that need to come through that door, and I want to still keep fighting for all of y'all.
I love that. That is beautiful. I 100% agree, and I 100% agree that should be a little bit of what you just said should be a part of all of our missions as we go forward. That's awesome. Angie, what do you think? How does what is the meaning of Juneteenth? How do you carry that into your work and what you do?
Yeah, mine is pretty similar to Sabrina, so I'll be very quick. But it's almost ironic how what Juneteenth is, and how now it's what 2021, and people are kind of just discovering this. Like it's like a tragedy. But same thing, right? We had Obama as president, so of course this country is not racist anymore. You have someone like myself who, is a prominent figure in the tech space and very visible. So why are y'all still complaining, right? It's very much so symbolic of that. Everyone is not there. Everyone is not yet free to be themselves. Everyone is not able to be their authentic self at work. So many things that we're all not able to do yet. It's nowhere near, this equal playing field that we want to pretend that it is. So that drives a lot of what I do. A lot of the decisions I make. I don't want to be out here like speaking at all these events and stuff. Like I'm literally speaking, at events probably 85-90% of my work time. That's not because I think this is fun. It's, I feel I have to be that representation for others. I feel that I need to be on the stage talking this tech stuff, showing what we know and what we can do. I'm very, very limited in the DEI type of engagements that I even take on. And that's not because I don't think it's needed. I know that it's needed, but I also think that we have to have representation that is actually doing the tech stuff that we said we want y'all to hire some more people for, right? So when I get on stage, I might be talking about AI, I might be talking about Java or something like that, and never mention the word diversity, but they're going to come to that conclusion on their own. I don't have to say it, right? And folks will leave that room like, wow, that Black woman is smart. Wow, I learned something from that Black woman. And hopefully it's not just attributed to me, Angie Jones, but maybe I should consider other Black folks in tech.
I love it. I think that's excellent. And let's go on real quickly. We're running out of time, but I want everyone to get a chance here. Brittany, if I can call on you.
Okay. Yeah. So thinking about technology on a day like today for Juneteenth, it is really a celebration of, all the progress that we've made from that very moment in Texas. Just like what everyone is saying, like the buck doesn't stop with us. So while people are continuing to chant Black Lives Matter, we also need to be emphasizing Black trans lives matter, Black mental health matters, incarcerated Black lives matter, The identities and modalities continue, and all of those are people that I want also in tech. I think I also agree with Angie. I'm here to do the technology. I'm here to be a software engineer, and I'm really excited about that. There's oftentimes people want to bring me into these conversations about DEI, but they also get surprised when I say it doesn't just stop with me here. Where are the LGBTQ people that are here at this table? Where are the trans people that are at this table? Where are the people with the learning disabilities, the reading disabilities, the mobility disabilities? Where are they all at? And they often get kind of confused about that because they're not even thinking that far. They just want to bring a Black woman in, celebrate about it, and think that that's a victory. But the buck doesn't stop here. So Juneteenth is, I hope, moving forward as it becomes more and more known, is a day of celebration, but also a day to think about who else is still under the bondage of white supremacy, under the bondage of capitalism, and under the bondage of so many other power dynamics that affect our communities.
Absolutely. Miss Rogers, you are our last one for the day.
I'd like to echo what everyone has said. I think two things. One is rest. There's a lot of work to be done, and I think Juneteenth is a reminder of, like Brittany has stated, how far we've come, but how much further we have to go. So for me, as a part of the community, it's a day of rest. We work really hard all the time. And again, we pay that additional tax every day, continuing to work while working on these issues. Secondly, I think it's a reminder, at least for me and my work, success metrics are really important. And performative actions like I'm glad that it's a national holiday, but we've been celebrating it all along. So what did that do for us? Like, did it move us any closer to any of the initiatives that we're trying to push forward? And I like to focus my time on like real actionable work. So I think it's just a reminder to us that a lot of activities are happening, not all of them are moving us forward. So with Juneteenth, for example, they waited over 2 years to realize that they were free. Someone did something, a performance, and it actually didn't change anything until someone had to go in and empower people to know that they're free. So it's a reminder that we should all be doing that every day in our work. But for today, we should rest, go eat, take a nap.
Yes. Take a nap.
I love that. That's the first thing I said I was going to do today is rest. And I did that. I'm very proud of myself, and I'm hoping you all get to rest too. This has been an amazing conversation. You all are amazing people, women, Black women, and I am glad we got to get to spend this time together. Thank you, everyone that is watching. Again, I was late because I was celebrating, and I hope that after this panel, you all will go get to celebrate some more as well. And I'm just thankful. Hopefully, and we all hoping everyone will also stay tuned for the rest of the day. Thank you all so very much, ladies. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Welcome back. Thank you so much, ladies, for that town hall. For those of you who were able to join us for the town hall, you probably know exactly how I'm feeling. All I can say is, wow, what an amazing discussion. Wonderful. Up next, we are going to have Maya Matos, who is a solution engineer. She's a proud Afro-Latina veteran with a passion for DEI, which has been evident as she has pioneered DEI workplace initiatives geared towards sparking conversations, enablements, and enacting change throughout her career. So speaking to us today on a topic that has been very popular lately, we have Maya Matos with Between Two Worlds, Facing the Challenge of Bringing Your Authentic Self to Work. Welcome, Maya.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. So far, the panel was amazing. I was definitely in awe. It's inspiring. So it's so amazing to be here. Yeah, it's definitely amazing to be here. It's always amazing you can get like-minded people together to discuss the realness, right? The real world we're facing. So just to get started, thank you once again for having me. My conversation topic today really gears around that notion of being able to bring your full and authentic self to work. I think it's something that we've all heard, and we, at least I have faced many challenges with. So as you mentioned, my name is Maya, and I'm a solution engineer. I'm located in Miami, Florida. I do identify as a proud Afro-Latina, and I am a veteran as well. So my career path actually started in the military right out of high school, and I've got a windy path into solution engineering and tech overall. That started with military, then college, and then I worked in hospitality for over 10 years, hospitality sales, and then used that to maneuver myself into technology from that point. So as many of you may know, solution engineering, a lot of what we do is tell stories and being able to explain things through storytelling. So I'm planning to do a little bit of that today, not too much, just to kind of walk through my experience. And I did gather tons of feedback from some of my other colleagues and their experience of, in particular in the tech space, what it's like to even attempt to bring your full self to work, as well as just realizing that you even can and what that looks like, as well as some resources I'd like to provide for anyone who's trying to figure out how to do that themselves and maybe kind of a little stuck along the way. So I found myself when I decided to pivot into technology that tech has a lot of buzzwords. There's just a lot of unique terminology that's used within tech. All of us know that. And one of them was this notion of being authentic. I felt was kind of used or had elevated or moved into being a bit of a buzzword, where, you know, for some people you're meaning to show up honestly and without self-righteousness, to be vulnerable, to be authentic at work just means to show up 100% yourself, whether you're right, you're wrong, you're happy, you're sad, etc. And one of us, or most of us, choose to or want to believe that that is exactly the case, that we're able to just show up the way I feel today and it's okay. But I found that that wasn't always accepted. For some people, showing up authentically to work, what they were meaning is, I want you to show up the way I want you to show up. And I found myself being a little jarred by that a little bit. And recently I had a conversation through a team that is considered sort of an ERG for my organization, who's putting on programming, and we have a speaker, and he identifies with the LGBTQ community. Is also a veteran. And in just kind of prepping for our conversation, for our panel discussion that we were going to have with him, he mentioned that the organization that he works at, or the first time he had the ability to be in an organization where he could be fully himself and be out, and what that experience was like. And I found myself in awe because I was like, wow, what is that like? You know, what does that look like? And so I asked him, I said, what does it feel like to be able to unlock your potential because you don't have to have walls and barriers in front of you? Can you kind of express to me what difference that made in your quality of work? And he kind of took a second and stepped back a little bit and was like, oh, I never thought about it like that. But I have to be honest. Yes, my work was better. I can say that I was far more focused. I was able to produce work that I was passionate about. I was able to pursue passions. I felt free. And I thought, well, that's a concept, right? Isn't that something? That sounds nice. So we left that question in as part of the panel, and when we were discussing it, my team, one of my team members was like, "Whoa, that just gave me chills." At the thought of where is that potential being held when someone doesn't feel comfortable bringing themselves to work? And he's like, "Oh, Maya, that's such a great question." And I was like, oh, let me tell you why I asked it. Right. So we had a really good kind of quick heart to heart conversation in which he asked me, "Do you feel like you bring yourself to work?" And I was no, no, not at all. And we talked about that, the disingenuous, word that is authenticity and how it's being utilized in the workplace. And we of course are loving that question in there. And we actually decided to start a whole series around it because we realized that, or they realized, I mean, we knew this, but they realized that we're not the only one, right? And that there is a lot of hidden potential and passion and drive, and talent that's being hidden behind walls that people have to put up or feel like they have to put up in order to be, functional at work, because they can't really feel comfortable bringing their full selves to work. So that was something that spiraled off into my background before joining the workforce was in psychology. So as someone who works in the psychology realm continuously in her mind, I'm always reading psych journals and kind of keeping on top of behavior is one of my favorite things to learn about and study. I couldn't help but to keep reading, and I found so much. So many articles, so much literature and posts and people really talking about this subject, and not always in a good way. So I thought this would be a great conversation to just kind of have and share with you a couple of things that I found. I interviewed a lot of my colleagues from diverse backgrounds and just kind of got their ideas and their thoughts on this, including people who have been in tech for a very long time, as well as people who are relatively new to technology like I am. So with that being said, I feel like authenticity, the word as it relates to coming to work, is losing context because it's used so broadly. As I mentioned earlier, we believe it means you can just show up no matter what kind of day you're having. But a lot of us have run into walls where it doesn't really mean that. It means I want you to show up with this authentic self that I've painted for you. So a lot of the challenges that we have had is, like we mentioned in a panel earlier, identifying, right? So many people want to put us in boxes. I definitely agree. I'm not a person that really fits in a box. I love so many different kinds of things, and at any point in time, I hate them too. So, being able to be allowed to change my mind, and identify and be who I am today, is something that I always say is key in being able to bring yourself to work, is knowing that it's okay. I'm not always going to have a bad day, or today I like this thing because it was purple and tomorrow I like the other one because it's yellow. And that's okay. So I think it starts with, of course, being vulnerable with yourself and knowing yourself enough to know how much of myself am I willing to share. It's totally fine not to share it all. You don't have to. We also cope with the stress of having two selves, 2, 3, 4, 5, however many we had to come up with in order to function in different spaces. And so that was another challenge that all of my colleagues shared with me, is that they really feel like they have two selves. We know about code switching and what that looks like and how many of us are doing it on a daily basis. But beyond that, even just the people who are like, I literally am an entire other person when I come to work, right? Or I disengage because I don't feel like it's okay for me to just say what actually first comes to mind. Or when someone's asking everyone about what their favorite XYZ is, I don't feel comfortable telling them the truth, so I just make up something else, right? Or I agree with what somebody else has said just because it's easier. That's a challenge for sure that I definitely got, and I felt that myself many times. There's also a challenge of outnumbering. Some organizations, they vote, right? They'll say, "Oh, put this up to vote," but not realizing that if the tables aren't quite even, right? The size of the tables aren't even, and maybe you only have a small amount of candidate or team members that are from diverse backgrounds, they're going to be outnumbered by their white counterparts. So whenever there's activities or there's any sort of planning happening and you leave it to a vote, sometimes there's outnumbering that happens. And even if you do cast your vote for your thing, it may very well fall by the wayside just because you have been outnumbered. Another challenge that we spoke about was being vulnerable. That is a challenge in and of itself. Being comfortable with being vulnerable, to what degree as well, right? Especially too many different degrees that we have to be in order to be, one with the human experience. So that was one that was mentioned quite a lot, as well as, once you are allowing yourself to be vulnerable and show up, then there's the flip side, right? What happens when you start being seen as an aggressive person or a problem child or someone who's here to just cause trouble? What is that? What do you handle? How do you handle that, right? When they're like, that's another reason why people choose not to be vulnerable, or they choose not to show up authentically themselves or really answer those questions or really just show people who they are, because I may be upset today, right? And if I'm upset today and I feel like I'm not allowed to be that, because then I'm going to be seen as a problem child. Or if I speak up and say, hey, you left me out of the conversation again, or you didn't give me an opportunity, you cut me off, then if I say that and I mention what impact that has to me, then perhaps someone's going to see me as a problem, and then there's retaliation, all that comes into play. So definitely another challenge that was brought up. And then the last challenge that there's a lot of challenges, but the last challenge that I'm going to share with you is imposter syndrome. So a lot of us suffer from imposter syndrome, especially if you're new to technology, or you're maybe, even if you're not, if you've got thrown into a different kind of project or anything that shakes, the world up for you a little bit, may yield some of that imposter syndrome. And that then keeps you from being authentic at work, because you feel like you have to present yourself differently than how you really feel you are at this point in time, because maybe there's a kind of layer of imposter syndrome sitting on top. So all of these things put together are a lot of the challenges that my colleagues and I myself have experienced as it relates to trying to figure out, how can I bring my full self to work? What does that even look like? So a couple of things that I want to share with you as far as on the flip side of that, resources and ways that we can kind of go about circumventing some of that, would be you speak up about what's happening, right? So if you find yourself in a situation where you are being outnumbered, I always like to say, I like to come from the side of intentionality versus impact, right? Your intent may not have been to shut me out, but the impact was that you did. So I want to express this to you and see if maybe there's a different way for us to go about doing this, because I'm never going to get a chance here, right? And sometimes making people aware of that, it starts a conversation. Similar to what I shared earlier with my colleagues, not really knowing that there are people who can't bring themselves to work. Allowing them to know that about me and sharing that is happening, open this whole conversation where now I have a team of people who are going to engage with me on a series of making that known, as well as providing tools and resources for those people and training leaders to understand and see this, so they can also start to steer the ship in the other direction themselves. So even something just as simple as that. And it doesn't always have to be directly to your manager. So my next point is finding those allies and sponsors within your organization, outside of your organization, who you can have these conversations with, who is going to provide you coaching. Sometimes the coaching is to coach yourself through a situation, or the coaching might be to coach yourself out of a situation or out of a workplace that's not the best for you. So it could go either way. So making sure that you find those allies who you feel comfortable sharing that with, you will actually be able to expand and see more of what's available to you, because they're looking at it from a different lens. We all know the expression that, your network is your net worth. So being able to find people who can connect you to other people who have shared experiences, I will say for myself, has completely changed and shaped the way that I've been able to maneuver this space for myself. It's just finding other people who have those shared experiences and can give me their advice, or give me those gems so that I can take those with me as I maneuver forward as well. Sponsors, super important. I think we don't give sponsors enough light. We always talk about having mentors and allies, but it's super important to have sponsors. Those are the people who are going to speak up for you when you're not around, right? They're the ones who, when they see the position posted, or they experience, they're in rooms that you're not in, and they see something that sounds a bit odd or sounds like something that can be beneficial to you, they're going to key you into the conversation, whether it's by having one with you outside of the room and inviting you into the conversation that happened, or bringing that conversation forward and bringing your name up and championing for you on the back end when you're not in those rooms. A lot of us we're not in every single room and in every single space. Decisions are being made. So having those sponsors is super important. And a mentor can certainly be a sponsor. You just really have to ask. I make it known that you want to engage and you want to participate and you want these things. And if you can be authentic with that person, they can then help you be authentic with everyone else in your organization as needed. So you don't feel like you have to be vulnerable to everyone. You can just be vulnerable to that person or those people if you happen to have a few of them. So another point that we wrote down was being able to share more about yourself. So with allies and sponsors and mentors, you should be able to be comfortable starting to share more about yourself. I find I am one of those people who's super, super, super private. But even if it's as much as, oh, I really like this, or I happen to be, not really happy about that in general in life, starts those conversations, and then it kind of ripples outward where you can say, okay, this is my comfort level of where I'm okay sharing with my team, the rest of my organization, etc. This is it. Because sometimes we don't know. We feel like being vulnerable means, just take the curtain off of it all, right? And just show it all, which is not the case. You are absolutely able to keep most or as much information about yourself private, but you kind of can test those boundaries with the sponsor. If you're not quite certain, where you are comfortable with, that's a good way to kind of start with that. Also, a lot of organizations have those ERGs. They call them many different things, just other groups of people who are self-identified belonging to different ethnic groups or diverse backgrounds. You use those people. Again, that networking is important, but also if they're having events, you can then bring those events back to your team. You can say, I'd like us to support this. Right. So you don't have to be the person who comes up with those events. You can team up with the other people who are already creating programming, or do that together, and you bring that back to your team and say, okay, I really like for us to support this. It's already happening. You can do the same with national groups that are not within your organization if you don't have any, or maybe if there's no programming happening, but keeping your finger on the pulse and meeting people that are like-minded, that have already decided that we're going to change this, can help you by taking that information and bringing it back to your teams. So if they're having this type of event and that's happening and you're joining, great, I want us to participate with this next. And that will help give you that voice and help you be more authentic, because they're able to see what's important to you. So this is another great way for you to kind of have a stake in what's happening. We often have groups and teams that have, I segue a little bit into events, that have team building events that sometimes I don't identify with, right? I definitely am one of those, where I have, it'll be something like a trivia night, for example, and it's like, that's not really my thing, right? I'll participate, but like, as the group, the organization who put this together, did you include trivia that everyone would know? Like, is there information in there that I also would know, or are we talking about things that's more relevant to the rest of the group? So asking those questions, being part of those committees whenever possible, or at least voicing your concerns with, hey, last time I noticed that we did this and I didn't really feel included because none of these topics really apply to me. Can we add this one next time? I think this is something that's broad and everyone can kind of enjoy as well. And I also understand it, right? So sometimes, again, just kind of making that awareness be known to your team members, and be part of those planning committees whenever possible. And then the last piece I have is for leaders. Leaders, I think a lot of times take a lot of flack when they try to figure out how to engage and how to provide this community for everyone. I think the first thing is, are you providing a community for everyone? right? Kind of have to step back and think to yourself, am I really providing a community where everyone actually feels welcome? Or am I somehow forcing people to enjoy the community that I provided for them because it serves the majority here? Understanding that representation does not equal equity, right? So you can have persons in the room that are diverse backgrounds. That doesn't mean that they have equity, and doesn't mean that you're yielding equity to the rest of your organization, other people who identify as well. You have to actually create space for those people. So again, having representation is great. It helps, but it does not equal equity, because again, we know we're not a monolith. Every one person cannot speak for the rest of us. So open up that space, ask the question, and get to know the people who are actually creating the work, who are actually doing the work, and ask their opinions, see how they're feeling. Because again, it's really easy for us to say, well, we have a table and it's got, everyone in it, so we're good here, right? Like, not necessarily, because we all have different views, even if we guys self-identify with the same under the same guise of what we consider ourselves to be. Also, for leaders, you have to be intentional. I feel like this goes on both sides, right? Just as the person who is speaking up, and you're intentional in the way you're speaking up, you're thought thorough, and you have something that has been thought through. Intentionality has to also come on the other side. You can't just say we want to build diversity and then walk away. It's not going to build itself, because if the answer was just that simple, we wouldn't have this problem, right? We wouldn't be in this situation. So you have to be intentional with how you go about creating groups. You have to be intentional as a leader. Am I giving everyone a fair shot here? Is everyone getting a chance to hold the mic? If we have a meeting and there's one person who doesn't ever get the chance to speak, can I maybe speak with them and say, hey, is everything okay? Can I help you, right? Can I help you with something, and as far as getting the words out? Or maybe you just ask them what their opinion is on something, so they're not getting shut out, and make sure that they feel like they're welcome in this table as well. Be an ally, right? Be an ally, be a sponsor. Again, giving people that don't have that voice a voice, being that champion when they're not in the room, intentionally doing so is also really important for leaders to understand. And then also understand that we have different levels of comforts. Some of us are introverts. Some people are not, the kind of people who just want to share to the world, and you have to understand that. And you have to make space for those people as well, right? Understanding that everyone comes from a different background. Today I might like anime, tomorrow I don't feel like talking about anime. So don't brand me as Maya equals anime, because that's not just who I am. I'm a lot of things, right? If you try to fill the list can get pretty long. And tomorrow I might say I'm interested in all kinds of other things. So be mindful of that, and encourage people to be curious, encourage people to follow their passions, but don't try to put them into boxes, because we don't belong there. And lastly, I just want to say all relationships take time. So as you're building these kinds of relationships, be mindful of your team, be gracious, right, with one another, open those communication lines, try these things out. If you're not finding any traction, try those organizations outside of your organization, reach out to people in your network so you can network and get their advice and see what they have done that has worked. And lastly, if you're in a workplace that doesn't accept all of you at all, then maybe you start to look for your network to help coach you out of that situation, because either you're in the wrong team or in the wrong organization altogether, because you should never feel like you can't speak up. If you feel like you cannot even begin to start the conversation, then maybe it's time to start looking for a coaching out situation, which doesn't necessarily have to happen right away, but will ultimately yield somewhere where you can find a place that you actually can be yourself, or at least start to do that by taking those baby steps and being part of those committees and planning events and sharing any volunteer work that you do. And if you start feeling comfortable doing that, people will start to know you a bit better. So all in all, I just want to say thank you so much for letting me be a part of this conference. It's been amazing. I can't wait to sit and listen to the rest of the speakers. But I really just want to leave you with those words of be yourself. You know, you don't have to be yourself, but carefully. Start to find those organizations and people that you can align with that will provide you that space. And if that space is not available to you, then again, it's time for you to start looking outward, look at other groups outside of your organization, as well as people that will help coach you out of that situation, so you can find a place where you really can thrive, because we all deserve to thrive.
What an amazing, amazing presentation. And something that we don't often think of. People more so lately than ever have been inviting people to come and to bring their authentic self. But we have to be careful because we don't want to put that ... Bring your authentic self that is this person or that is that person. So we have to be mindful so that we aren't doing it ourselves, and also that it's not being done and forced upon us. Thank you so much. That was amazing. And up next, we will be speaking with Jay Miller. So we will be back shortly. Thank you all so much. Welcome back. Welcome back. I hope that everyone is enjoying themselves. Up next, we are going to have the pleasure of hearing from Jay Miller. Jay is a developer advocate and DEI community advocate, and he is a developer with Elastic, which is based in San Diego, California. And he enjoys finding unique ways to merge his fascination with productivity, automation, and development to create tools. And if you have been participating in the comment section, you see that Jay has been dropping some knowledge over there. So we appreciate that. But welcome, Jay. And we are so excited to hear about your topic. But look at the numbers. Using public data to highlight systemic freedom. So we are very happy to have you and welcome.
Thank you. And thank you for letting me know that I talk way too much in the comments, but that's okay. I'm happy to.
Everything that you have put in there, I've been enjoying myself.
Awesome. Let me get the screen up and we can jump in and get started. I don't see that on in the system here. There we go. Boom. All right, so as Brandy mentioned, I am Jay Miller. I'm a developer advocate for Elastic, and what you're going to be looking at is some data that I've been collecting to answer some of the questions that we always hear. And I know it's annoying, and I'm here with you, but hopefully by the end of this, I've given you some tools and some tricks to answer some of those questions when we get when people try to clap back at us, and we know that that never really works, but at least now we can back it up with some actual numbers here. So I'm going to start by making a very controversial statement, depending on who you are. There are systemic problems in policing in regards to race and gender. Now, I'm sure because this is Juneteenth Conf and everybody here is awesome and amazing, y'all pretty much agree here. But this is often what I get left hearing after the fact. You're cherry picking. It's not that imbalanced. Oh, it's just a few bad apples. We've all heard these things. I'm tired of hearing it. And the one that I'm most tired of hearing, because I am a blurred, I'm a black nerd, I love looking at data. So when someone tells me, look at the data, that's not what it shows, they don't even know what they've walked into. So for the next few minutes, as I mentioned, I'm going to show you what the data shows. And I'm also going to let you know how you can look at the data yourself, come up to your own conclusions, but also realize that yes, the data does indeed show that there is a systemic problem. So what does the data show on local policing? I'm in San Diego, as I mentioned. Before we get started here, I am going to make one quick disclaimer, actually three quick disclaimers. My data science studies are for my personal reasons. I'm not a professional data scientist. I'm a developer advocate. I get paid to talk and to show, and that's here what I'm going to do in these few minutes is talk and show. The words coming from my mouth are just that, my words. So they don't represent my employer. They don't represent my friends, my family. So if y'all got a problem with what I say, come to me about it. But I do hope that this data can bring about some feelings. The feelings need to be had, and we need to get that out. I hope this brings constructive discourse and not shouting in the YouTube chat or my DMs. That said, you are invited to come message me if you really feel like you must. But what does the data show? The data shows, I'm going to be very specific here, Black people make up 6.4% of people in San Diego, but 19.9% of the people stopped. Now, this could boil down to several reasons. One could be region. One could be the fact that there is systemic racism. There are a lot of reasons that could happen. But if we look at the data itself, if we look at the census data of San Diego County and San Diego City, Black and African American people alone make up 6.4%. And we look at who's getting stopped, Black and African Americans make up 19.93% of the people getting stopped. And that's out of 468,796 people. If you notice on the screen here, there's a couple of boxes with some gray dash lines here. This is data that I've collected. This is data that I've pulled. What you are looking at is the data that I am showing. It is live on the system, the same system I'm using to present this data. So if anything changed, these numbers would change as well. So the good news, I talked about San Diego. If you live in any of these states outlined here in this image, you may have policing data available in your area. This image comes from the Stanford Project on Open Policing. It doesn't seem like their data is up to date, so I did not use it. Instead, I used the San Diego Open Data Portal. And we're going to spend a couple of minutes talking about just that. Why is this information available? It's available due to the Racial and Identity Profiling Act, or RIPA, that took effect in 2018. At the moment, it requires that any police agency, including Highway Patrol, including the state, any state police department, if you have peace officers totaling more than 667 peace officers, you have to submit an annual report. And I will show you in a second what that annual report has to have. It started out with 1,000, so now it's at 667. By 2023, it's going to be 334. I'm hoping that this act itself will encourage some of those states that weren't on that list to also provide their data as well. But again, this is just a state bill. So what is the San Diego Racial and Identity Profiling Act data covering? It's covering the actions taken in each stop, contraband or evidence found, the disability of persons, the perceived gender of persons, not what's on your driver's license, but what the police officer perceives you to be, which there are very problematic issues with that. But I continue. The basis for property seizure, the property itself seized, and then the race of the person, the basis for searches conducted, and then the reason for the stop and the result of the stop. So, first of all, what does the data show? The data shows that it wasn't designed to be read. There's a lot of information there. And you would wonder, how would they present this? Would it be in a giant chart? Would it be like a map? Would it be something? No, it is in a bunch of CSV files, about 10 or 11 to be exact. And if you go to their website, it gives you a snippet of that data. But as you can tell from the snippet, there's not much information there. That's where me being the nerd that I am and wanting to go in, I grabbed all this data, I slapped it together into a Pandas data frame, and then I threw it into an Elasticsearch database. And I learned that another problem that we have is that data can be subjective. Here, and it shakes me when I see it every time, this data is based on the officer's perception, not what's been reported. California allows you to specify your gender being male, female, or non-binary, but the police department has to make a perception of what a transgendered woman or man is and looks like. This can skew the data. If they choose to just throw in bad data, they can. I mean, there are plenty of empty options here. And what we're looking at here is the actual stop duration. So it shows that in situations where they can't tell who you are, they're going to hold you longer. That 110, that 116 for quote unquote gender non-conforming individuals, that's in minutes. So your stop, your 5-minute stop on the freeway can take 2 hours just based on how you appear and how people think of you and what they think of you. And of course, we see that all of the peaks here, all of the peaks here are our friends, our family that are considered gender nonconforming or transgender in the eyes of the police departments. So, with that said, that's not all the data that it shows. I'm going to click a button here and let this load really quick. This is what the data itself shows. What we're looking at is the police stop data as it's recorded. To me, this is a little bit more readable than a bunch of CSV files. Now, I'm looking at one particular beat in general because I noticed that there was a systemic problem of LGBTQIA plus profiling. But as we see here, we can see this data for all of San Diego. We can break it down by beat. We can see what the results are. And of course, we can see if race plays a part. And by doing that, we're able to then look and see how gender roles can change on how long you're stopped based on your race. We can see how often Black folks are stopped based on their race. And we can continue to look down this path to uncover many of the different issues, like what police beats are heaviest in stopping of these individuals and where do those beats reside. And by doing that, we now are able to come up with a better idea that if you were in Pacific Beach and you were driving while Black, Beat 122 is known for stopping Black people there more than any other, which makes sense because it is near a very affluent neighborhood of La Jolla right down the road. I've talked about local data. And part of that is because even federal data can't be relied on all the time. Unfortunately, I'm not going to have federal data as provided by the police department, and I will tell you why, but I will have some federal data. But before we continue, I want to make sure that we don't forget, as I'm about to show you some of this information. What I've shown you are data points. What I'm about to show you, I wish I could show you the people, but unfortunately I can't because they're no longer with us. So you're going to see names that appear. These are the names of people who have families, people who had friends that are no longer with us. So don't look at it as a data point, look at it as a person. I said I can't show you federal data, and that's because according to the Washington Post, the FBI and the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, they log fatal shootings by police officers. But unfortunately, the officials at the FBI and the CDC have acknowledged that their data is not complete. So the Washington Post started a project called the Open Police Data Shootings. Basically, they scour the news, they look for all of the police shootings that happen on the news, and they record it, and they have now recorded twice as many fatal shootings as recorded annually by federal departments. So we're going to look at that data next. As we see here, we can see that the population percentage on average in most places is only 10%. We can see a lot of different things. We can see that out of the 2,944 people that have been shot by the police before or as of 2015, 2,469 of those lacked body camera footage. Only 124 people were tased before shooting them, which meant that there was no non-lethal option provided first. 612 of those individuals had signs of mental illness. But of course, we see these patterns of Black people who only make up 10.9% of the population, coming in at about 25% of the people being shot. And in some areas, like the state of Georgia, which I come from, in Georgia, you are more likely to be shot by the police if you are Black. In fact, more Black people have been shot by the police than white people in the state of Georgia in the last 5 years. This also goes for Louisiana, Maryland, Illinois. I could keep going. Apparently, if you live in Vermont, you're good, but I mean, I don't know anybody that lives in Vermont. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter if you're carrying a weapon or not. It doesn't matter if you're unarmed. If you're unarmed, the actual odds go up. And we can see this. We can look at the data and tell. It doesn't make sense to me, and I don't want to try and make sense of it. You got to forgive me for a second. I just noticed someone on this list that grew up in the town that I grew up in. Sometimes the data doesn't show a lot, but the data can show who could have been your auntie, who could have been your cousin. The data can show a ton of information. The data can show that even when a pandemic hits, as we see here in 2020 and 2021, it doesn't make a difference. The percentage doesn't change. In fact, the numbers might actually go up, which is worse. Even in a pandemic, even when everybody's at home. So, what does the data itself show? Well, the data shows that it's not readable, and we need more readable data. The data shows that often what's reported is biased, and it's based on perception and not what's been reported by the individual themselves. The data shows that body cameras should be allowed and that there should be policies on tase versus shoot. We can't argue our case because we can't see the footage. We can't know what's happening because we can't see it, and it's by design. It's hard to continue to put this data out there. This is data that I collected, that I put together in spreadsheets and charts, and it's all based on just a couple of industries, a couple of places. The data shows we need to continue funding and open source investigations like the Stanford Project, whose data mostly goes back to 2018. But I hope I've shown that the data shows that there are systemic problems in policing in regards to race and gender. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jay. That was amazing. And you can't argue with numbers. You can't. Thank you so much for doing that research. Thank you for sharing it with us and for giving us something to seriously think about. We appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Up next, we will be hearing from Leslie Chapman, and we're going to just take a brief pause right now. So we'll see you in a minute. Welcome back. Welcome back. Up next, we are going to hear from Leslie Chapman, who is a distinguished software engineer with Comcast. Leslie was one of the technical leads for the X1 platform, which is a platform that serves over 35 million customers. That's incredible. And Leslie volunteers with organizations that teach coding to women, and she herself is extremely passionate about encouraging young women to enter tech. So sit back and enjoy this presentation.
Hello, my name is Leslie Chapman, distinguished engineer at Comcast in beautiful Center City, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. A little bit more about me. I've been with Comcast for 15 years, and I spent most of those years working on interactive television platforms, most notably the X1 platform. About a year ago, I changed my focus over to mobile development in support of home automation and Internet of Things. In my spare time, I'm really passionate about getting children interested in STEM and engineering. As a distinguished engineer, I get to spend a lot of time thinking about how to make things better. Don't get me wrong, I like creating new things, but I get way more of a kick out of making existing things better. And today, I want to talk about how to make errors better. So thank you all for attending this session, Show Me Your Error Screens. So most of you have probably heard of test-driven design or test-driven development. That's where engineers will write their unit tests first, based on product requirements. Then they code, and the code is complete and correct only when all the unit tests pass. But have you ever thought about error-driven design or loading screen-driven design? It's bound to happen. There are going to be times when dependent services are not available to your front-end code. There are going to be times when your dependent services take longer than their SLA to respond. And there are going to be times when not all the data is going to be in the response. Those can be the moments that really make or break the user experience. Sure, we all want 100% uptime and 100% accuracy delivered within the time frame of the SLA. But let's be real, that's not realistic. I would venture to guess a lot of folks here are using cloud-based services like AWS and Azure. Well, I hate to break it to you, but even they will go down sometimes or be slow sometimes. So let's rethink errors and loading screens. Let's make them fun. Let's make them a destination. Instead of a terminal endpoint that a user reaches, maybe an error scenario could lead them to something new and exciting. Instead of staring at loading screens, maybe we could leverage those precious microseconds and seconds. Let's go ahead and get a definition out of the way, because I've already said it a few times, and you're going to hear me throw this term about a few more times. SLA, that's a service level agreement. It basically just refers to a contract between a service provider and a client. I'll be using this term to refer to the contract of how long a certain call should take to return data. For example, I might have a 100 millisecond SLA with a provider, meaning that I, as a client, expect a response within 100 milliseconds. But I still need to plan ahead for when the response takes longer than the SLA. Okay, now that's out of the way. So I remember the first time that I was genuinely delighted to encounter an error. It was several years ago during the first Amazon Prime Day. I'm guessing that Prime Day was way more popular than even Amazon expected, because the volume of traffic on the Amazon shopping site brought it down. Instead of being able to search for whatever gadget it was I had my eye on, I was met with a picture of an adorable dog. and a little biography that showed that the dog was actually a pet of one of Amazon's employees. There was even a link so that I could see more cute pet pics. While I couldn't shop, I had a great time clicking on pictures of cute pets. Now, clearly, Amazon did not want to have their shopping site crash. I'm sure they would have much rather had my money. But I'm here talking today to all of you about how I still walked away from Amazon as a happy customer. That's failure-driven design. I walked away with a smile on my face, even though I couldn't order whatever gadget it was I had gone there for. And I even remember talking to friends and family that were also Prime members on that day, and those cute animal pictures were the talk, not that we were angry because we couldn't shop. Let's talk a little bit about Happy Path. The Happy Path in software development is how a product should work if everything goes perfectly. Every single piece of the data is available and correct, and it's all delivered within the provider's SLA. Over the last 20 years of being a developer, I cannot count the number of times when I've been asked to build a feature where the only thought that was put into it was the happy path. As soon as I would start to ask questions of the product owners about requirements around the experience if a call fails or takes too long, I would often get met with the answer, just show our typical error screen. Or, we'll figure that out later. We just want to see the happy path working. We all know that when you bolt something on as an afterthought, it never works well. It never feels like part of the ecosystem. So why do we treat error handling and messaging, a core part of any product, as a bolt-on afterthought? Just like test-driven design, perhaps the first screen we should build should be the error. Or maybe we need to rethink if an error is even the right solution. At the very least, maybe we should add some cute pets to every error screen. I've spent a long time working in television building the X1 platform. I know how frustrating it is to try to watch something on demand or on your DVR and find out it won't stream. Okay, just imagine. You get home from a long day at work. Okay, even though these days that might just mean walking from one room of your house to the other. But you get done a long day of work, kick off your shoes or your slippers, and just want to watch last night's episode of your favorite show. You browse to the recording and boom, error message. This won't play. That's a terrible experience. Well, one of the things that we did at Comcast was to rethink that terminal error screen for that case. So you tried to watch a DVR asset and there was corruption on the hard drive of your physical set-top box. Instead of showing an error and leaving you to your own devices, which is probably taking to Twitter to complain, we can be proactive. We can see if we have a cloud-based DVR recording for that same show and stream that for you. And failing that, we can see if we have it available and on demand and stream that for you. All seamlessly, because you shouldn't be bothered to look elsewhere for your program. You had a long day already. But let's say those fail as well. Should we just shrug and tell our customers to go have at it on Twitter? I don't think so. We can offer to record it the next time it's on. We can offer to alert them when it's added to on demand. And finally, we can suggest a similar show that they can watch right now. And if we help a customer find a new favorite show, we just turned a bad experience into a great one that they might talk to their friends and family about. But it's not just error screens that leave us with a missed opportunity to do better. We also need to think about loading screens. We see them all the time on our phones, computers, smartwatches, and televisions. Whether it's the dots or the spinning wheel or a loading bar, we just sit and stare and hope that whatever it's doing, it'll do it faster. I'm reminded of another time, a time I was delighted to encounter a loading screen. I was trying to request an Uber home from work, and there weren't any drivers available because it was raining. In this scenario, I would usually just sit and stare at the screen with those all too familiar loading dots, hoping a car would become available. But this time, I was asked by the Uber app if I would like to take a quick coding quiz while they looked for a car for me. I was intrigued. I quickly accepted, and it turned out to be a coding quiz they were giving because they were hiring. I was greeted with what looked like a typical IDE or development environment and was given various tasks that included fixing coding errors, multiple choice questions, and find the bug scenarios. It was a really fun way to pass the time as I waited for my car and driver. Now, I'm not sure how they knew I was a developer, but that's probably a different talk for a different day. There are so many ways that we can make the experience for customers better, as well as better for our customers. For Uber, they used the opportunity to hire fresh talent that they knew were already fans of their brand. Now, next time you think about loading indicators, think of other opportunities, such as informing your customers about new features or products, giving them a fun quote of the day, or maybe upgrading them to a new tier of service. Tell them if it's going to rain later and remind them to take an umbrella. See if they can solve a quick riddle, or play a quick game of Sudoku, or do a little paint by number for relaxation, or maybe show them another cute kitten. How many times have you tried to send an SMS or chat message and you've been told that the message failed to send with a prompt for you to try again? Why isn't the app retrying for you? How many times have you reached an error asking you to call a phone number where you will most likely be put on hold? Why can't the application or website you're using offer to call you instead? This happened to me earlier today. I was using the FedEx chatbot to try to find out about a missing package. The chatbot told me, because your package status has been in transit for longer than usual, please contact a FedEx customer service representative. I thought that's what I was doing by talking to the chatbot. Turns out I needed to pick up my phone and call. But why didn't the chatbot just ask me for my number and call me? Think about being the person getting the error screen next time you're about to code one. You know the abilities of your system. Can you auto-heal? Could you retry? Could you automate some, if not all, of what you're going to ask the user to do manually? By asking these questions of yourself, you can turn an uh-oh into a yes. We need to approach error screens as something that users will always see. Let's not make them bland and sad. We know our users are going to see them. So next time somebody says, "Show me your error screens," I hope that you can show them off with pride.
That was awesome. Thank you so much. And Leslie was unable to do a live, so we did stream that. However, she is, I believe, in the chat room. So if you'd like to say anything to her, she is definitely there. Again, thank you so very much for that, Leslie. And up next, we will be hearing from Pierre. So if you all just stay tuned, we will see you shortly. Welcome back, and thank you so much for your patience. I just want to say once again, we are so happy to have you here, and we thank you so much for being here with us. I am extremely excited about our second annual Juneteenth conference, and it just means so much more knowing that it is now an official holiday. So means a lot. Loving the chat and conversation right now going on. If you haven't joined in over there, you can definitely join in. But up next, we are going to be speaking with the founder and CEO of Zimana, and that is Pierre Dubois. And Zimana is an analytics service provider that helps organizations achieve profitability improvements in marketing, web development, and within their business operations. So thank you so much for joining us, Pierre. We are looking forward to hearing you talk about when the people host their history online. Welcome.
Thank you, Brandy. It's a pleasure to be here. Hello, everyone. My name is Pierre. As Brandy has mentioned, I'm Pierre Du Bois. I am the founder of Zimana, and thank you also for being a little bit patient. I had a little bit of problems getting my file uploaded, but thank you, Michael, for getting us back on track. Today, we're going to talk about a little bit about marketing history towards Black consumers, and we're going to do it from a very special standpoint. We're going to start talking a little bit about Juneteenth and move forward in time, if you will, to the present, and talk about a lot of things that help form the marketing presence now, and kind of why it's important. It's part of our agency. I'll explain that along the way in the slide. So, with Michael's assistance, let's get it cracking. So, thank you. So, our first, just to give an overview, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the economic movements that have emerged from Juneteenth. A lot of these are things that have helped shape where we are today. And we're going to talk a lot about how that media and the consumerism that got started basically formed. In some ways, it helped us to form some ways of communicating and staying in touch with each other as an African American community, and how that eventually evolved into a digital platform. And then we're going to talk a little bit about how that evolution, what that evolution really means for the Black community, particularly in this moment in time, as we're moving forward with June, not only just Juneteenth being a holiday, but also with the number of things that have happened over the last several years or so. So we'll talk a little bit about why this agency is important. Excellent. So won't go too deep into Juneteenth, but I think everyone here is pretty aware. But Juneteenth, we had in 1863, an Emancipation Proclamation was signed, and the 13th Amendment was passed by Congress on January 1st, 1865, and then ratified by required 27 states on December 6th, 1865. So there was a lot of this. But there was some delay in trying to get to announcing or sharing with people, and Texas was one of the last states, as people are pretty much well aware of. General Gordon Granger led Union soldiers to Galveston, Texas, and they announced the emancipation right there in the shores. So when you sit and hear this story, you think about Juneteenth, it was the end of slavery, and you think about what it's supposed to mean for us moving forward. Next slide. Well, the question we have to think about is, what did it lead us into? And I can tell you in one word. Next slide. Agency. And I'm going to explain what I mean by that, or again, it could be a definition: action or intervention, especially such as to produce a particular effect. And so what this wordy definition really means, at least for us, is that for the first time, we had an opportunity to start making some steps towards our agency, trying to control our destiny at some level. But it wasn't easy at first. For one thing, part of the reason why there was such a delay is because the Confederates, particularly the military, there was some resistance that persisted, which delayed in why the soldiers were arriving in Texas. And then you had a lot of slave owners who were doing a lot of things to try to hang on to slavery, sometimes not telling people about the Emancipation Proclamation when it occurred. In some cases, they offshored slaves towards the Western states, hoping to obscure their accountability. But one of the things that came out of it was a kickoff in the Reconstruction era, and the U.S. In doing so, it was a lot of, you talk to a lot of historians, some say it was success, some say it wasn't a success, or a lot of debate, but it definitely was a challenging time for the United States because it was a new economic structure. You had people that had been held in bondage, now free, and there was now this, what do we do? How do we support ourselves? Some people became sharecroppers. Some people actually went back and made arrangements with the original slave owners in some instances. So, and then on top of that, you had a divisive political climate as well too. Despite the fact there were more black administrators and leaders that came out during the Reconstruction era, there were still just a lot of divisiveness between the Democrat and Republican Party at that time. So it wasn't quite a smooth sailing at the start. Next slide. But some things did develop, and people decided that they were trying to move to different areas to get a better way of life. And so we were getting ready, and we'll talk a little bit about the Great Migration in a moment, but sharecroppers, particularly in Texas and so forth, they were trying to seek better areas to have a better way of life. And some people went to different parts of Texas. Some people actually went to Oklahoma. In fact, Oklahoma at one point had the largest number of black townships. That's what led into how Tulsa started to attract blacks who were freed. Texas was starting to, or Tulsa was trying to develop its own oil at the time, and a gentleman by the name of O.W. Gurley purchased 40 acres to establish the neighborhood that became Greenwood. And that purchase may seem we'll just purchase some land and now we're building a community, but it was more to it than that. Gurley set up a number of things that helped to start an early economy. One of the things that he did was he issued loan money to entrepreneurs, and he did that to help drive some sort of self-empowerment and something that was trying to circulate within that community. The Tulsa Star became a local newspaper, which is not one of the first mediums. There have been newspapers before, but one of the things that was interesting was that it was focused on local news in the community, and particularly about legal rights, helping people to understand what their rights were and what they weren't. So you had this gumbo, if you will, of different pieces coming together to form what we knew as Greenwood, and developed into a community home for the most affluent African Americans at the time, before, of course, the massacre in 1921. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. So, but probably one of the biggest differences that helped out the Black community was the Great Migration. Roughly about just a few years, the Great Migration, just a few years before Tulsa and the Tulsa massacre, the Great Migration was starting to kick off, and there were a couple of things that were driving it. There were labor shortages in the factories that had been established in the northern states. Immigration from different parts of the world had actually dropped at that time. So there were factories that were itching and looking for people to come in and work. And of course, as I kind of alluded to with the previous slide with Tulsa, there were a lot of different places that blacks were leaving to try to get a better way of life, and definitely they were trying to avoid a lot of the Jim Crow laws that had grown and established over the time, which limited the Black agency in the South in particular. So this led to what is probably considered the largest and most rapid massive internal movement within the U.S. history. And there's two movements, 1916 to 1940, where 1.6 million people migrated, and then the second movement, 1940 to 1970, where 5 million people migrated. And this created a number of different, inspired a number of different economy in the places where black people were moving to because of different restrictions. but inspired a broader, not a broader creativity, if you will, in looking at services around arts, different types of services around business, and different types of services around entertainment. That started to grow and develop within the communities. It's where the blues musicians that were in Memphis and southern parts of the country started to come towards Chicago. And this is also a time, of course, during the first migration, if you notice the timing of the years, is when Harlem's influence is starting to grow and become influential, the great Harlem as we know it. So all of this led into not only where people were moving to live, and people were trying to have a better way of life. Although, as we all know, this wasn't entirely perfect. We still had residential redlining, and unfortunately, in some of the factories, had labor conflicts that occurred when some workers did not want to work with colored workers in certain factories and certain industries. Next slide. And so we had a number of communities grow in places that we really didn't have before. In the U.S. history, most times, if you were black outside, I mean, while there was blacks in the South, there were most people that were freed. If they were black and free in the North, you would have people in New York, have people in Boston, D.C., mostly towards the northeastern section of the United States. But when the Great Migration happened, we started to get people moving to different parts of the country that and different parts grew. You had Detroit with Black Bottom that was growing. You had Chicago with different neighborhoods like Bronzeville, which was considered a black metropolis, was established. You had people moving out west, Los Angeles, Oakland, and San Francisco. You had Cleveland that grew in stature, Pittsburgh. And then you also had a number of other smaller cities, Indianapolis, Kansas City, and Flint, and then my hometown, Gary, Indiana, as well, that attracted blacks into the area. Next slide. So to summarize this, I thought this was a good quote, and you may be familiar with Isabel Wilkerson. She's the author of The Warmth of Other Suns, which is the book about the migration. It's very well researched. And I thought this was a great quote that she shared with on an NPR interview. She talked about how the suburbanization and the ghettos that were created as a result of the limits of where African Americans could live in the North still exist today. And the South was forced to change, in part because they were losing such a part of their workforce through the Great Migration. So a lot of this is to say, it was a time where the economy was there were shifts in the economy, and these shifts had provided some opportunity, even though there was up to a point in terms of class and structure. But these shifts are important because they were also laying the groundwork for what we see even today, basically. Next slide. So in the process of all this moving, some things started to emerge that helped. I don't know if consumerism is the right word for it, but it gave the sort of the kernels for consumerism. Because you remember, being black at that time, things were not integrated, not everywhere. One of the most famous books, the Negro Green Motors book, is a great example of how there was actually some commerce that actually developed around the situation. When the book was published, it was actually published for the first time in 1936 by Victor Hugo Green. This is when automobiles were becoming a vital means to connect to a lifestyle. People were starting to use their cars not only as a work to get back and forth to someplace practical, but maybe even to go somewhere to travel. And of course, being black at that time, you needed to know where can you go to get something to eat, to stay at a hotel, someplace where they were friendly, where they were accommodating towards black motorists. And that's what this book became. Victor Green really, in launching this, launched a cottage industry in some ways. There were similar books that appeared, and the book really did play into the appeal of giving people this sort of comfort that they can go to some place that they know that they can get a meal or get a bed for the night, and established a market for black travelers at the time. Next slide. Another key piece that was important was communication and media. And this is where local newspapers came into play. As I mentioned earlier with Tulsa, you had a newspaper that helped with legal things that were going on local in the area. But other newspapers also came into play during this time. They actually came into their height of their reach and power. Chicago Defender is a long time. At one point was one of the most popular African American newspapers during this time. Richmond Planet for Richmond, Virginia. Miami Times. For Christian Recorder for the African Methodist Episcopal Church, and the Pittsburgh Courier. All these papers provided vital information to Black residents, information that probably was not carried in the mainstream papers in any sort of in-depth or even at all in some instances. Next slide. So all these pieces created a class of consumerism that formed, and this is kind of a nugget that we still see today in different sports and in different ways. And I'll get to that in a moment. But again, it was the idea that it gave people an idea of who they knew that they could do, knowing somebody they can do business with for their needs, whether it's getting something for a house or some sort of minor repair or some sort of medical need. Newspapers help to centralize information, helping them to share information shared within the community. An economy of professionals developed, and these are different people ranging from maybe a mechanic or a doctor or a nurse, but you had a body of people that developed. And Blacks found entry into various industries, and in a lot of cases as a result. Whether if you're in Chicago, you definitely heard of Pullman, for example, and the Pullman carriers, so people who worked with the trains and so forth. But despite all this, this had a veneer of being an agency, in the sense that while it seemed like you could do business with each other, there were still limits on where you could go. And it served a particular purpose, obviously protecting individual agency while experiencing segregation and discriminatory practices. In other words, here are the places where you can go to that are for you, but it's limited to this kernel. Next slide. So while all this was happening, we had our early tech, and I say this with quotations, basically, a transformation of materials, transformation of energy, and transformation of information. I'll get to that in a moment. But each one of these are stepping stones of progress that have encapsulated the world, that allowed people to not only have a little bit more convenience, but maybe to get certain things done faster. And if you can, ignore a little bit of the left side of the chart for a moment, if you look under the transforming energy, where you see electrical power and combustion power in particular, this is the era where a lot of this kernel of Black consumerism was starting to grow and develop out. It was the idea that you had electric power that for the first time can give you light, or maybe some sort of convenience, not quite as advanced as we are today, obviously not with a smartphone, but at least enough to be convenient and be able to have some sort of comfort. And by combustion power, automobiles were becoming much more powerful during this time, and even later on in the 40s and 50s in particular after World War II. If you're a history buff, you remember that for about 3 years, the United States did not produce any automobiles. And when it came back, cars were becoming much more powerful, and there was much more urge to drive and travel. And you definitely had African Americans coming back from the war, from World War II, that wanted to have a home, wanted to have a little bit more comfort. Those soldiers were, and a lot of that desire is also a factor later on with the civil rights era as well too. The idea of wanting something and still having to deal with segregation as well. So this era was also part of our early tech that was transforming society, and at some level, even though that our exposure was limited in some ways, we had enough exposure to have some access to that to help grow. Next slide. So we talked a little bit about the Great Migration. We talked about some of the Black communities that got established over that time. as the years went on, decades went on, we started forming what was called a lifestyle media. And these are this is going to be a little bit more familiar than familiar territory. These were the top magazines that made a difference in our lives because it was talking about lifestyle and aspiration, which developed from this at some level, basically. Next slide. So many of these, and these are ones that you've heard of before. Ebony, very famous, started by John Johnson in 1945. And just again, it was inspired by Life magazine, yet supposed to be tailored to the African American lifestyle. And for years, this was a staple. I remember growing up in Gary and having Ebony. I'm pretty sure just about everybody else either had an Ebony, thought about Ebony, or knew somebody who's had it at their house. It was a staple. It was a way of not only having something that talked about Black lifestyles and Black styles and trends, but when it came to celebrities and came to people that we followed, it was a way of hearing things about them. I still even remember, in some instances, even with Michael Jackson, for example. Michael Jackson's a big favorite. I still remember growing up and having some articles that even say that this is where he wanted to actually talk and express himself because he felt connections there. There was a point where within our media like this, within our communities, the media like this allowed us to hear our famous people, hear their thoughts, their experiences, which was a big deal because they were representing, in a lot of ways, they were representing us to the larger community. The idea that who we were to a lot of people that were mainstream. They saw our community through their eyes in some way. So it just almost like this, I wouldn't say buffer or anything like that, but it definitely was a way of connection, basically. Next slide. Jet, another one as well too. In booklet form, first published in 1951. And its byline, I didn't know this until going back and researching this, the Weekly Negro News magazine. And what was interesting about this is that Johnson actually released this specifically to highlight news quickly at the time. So again, this was a weekly, and it was part of the reason it was such a booklet was to get information out to us and get it out to us as quick as possible. It was famous for a lot of different small vignettes and content, but it was particularly famous for chronicling events from the Civil Rights era, particularly the Emmett Till's death as well. And it was sold along with Ebony in 2016 as well. Next slide. Black Enterprise. And this one was a particular favorite. Earl Graves started it back in 1970. And has grown. I think the last number I checked was 3.7 million back in 2020. And it still continues and continues amazingly with even with a small staff these days in particular. Launched, of course, it's known for launched enterprise entrepreneurship and business conferences, and extended into television. And the thing that was always informative and helpful was the top list. I always remember being an engineer at Ford, going back and trying to see if I can find the issue that would have the top Black-owned dealerships. And this was the one issue where they would list, I believe, if I remember correctly, I think I was going to say top 100, maybe I might be off. But the idea was that these were the dealerships that were representing the multi-million dollars in some communities in some instances as well. So they were trying to give recognition. But this gave a platform for Black businesses that sometimes were not always recognized in the mainstream media as easy as it should have been. Next slide. And then finally, Essence. Again, upscale Black women's magazine, started in 1970. So notice the time frame here. We've had Ebony and Jet in an earlier time, and then as we get to the 70s, we're now getting a little bit more nuanced with a magazine for business, and one that specifically spoke to that covered fashion profiles and important topics for the aspirational Black woman professional. And they've gone pretty strong for a long time. They've operated the Essence Music Festival since 1994, and they've added award events And what was interesting, this was also purchased back in 2005, and it was a lot of controversy at the time. And I'll get to that a little bit in a moment, basically. But as everyone understands, these were the biggies that that have that has shaped a lot of people's minds, at least my mind, for a long time. Next slide. So, despite all the success that happened with Ebony and with Jet, one of the challenges was trying to get advertisers. And this was a quote from Earl Butch Graves, the son of the original founder of Black Enterprise. He gave this to J.P. Morgan Chase back in 2020. He mentioned, when I joined the company in 1988, we were having challenges with advertisers. No matter what we would tell them, the advertisers didn't believe it. At the time, we had about 500,000 subscribers, representing a large audience of upper middle class African Americans with needs and desires and investments. The reason why I picked this quote in particular is because of, and I know Johnson had mentioned this in his book as well too, and Butch's father, Earl Graves, mentioned in his book as well, the idea of how much they had to fight and convince advertisers of the fact that there is a steady audience who's interested in products and services, who deserves the respect of their dollar and their investment. And one of the challenges at that time was that there was not a lot of measurement. There was measurement, but there wasn't a lot of measurement that people could make in terms of analytics, in terms of data. Which brings me to my next slide. Brings us to this last step, and the rise of transforming information, basically the computer age. If you notice that quote referenced 1988, well, in the middle of that curve, that was actually in the middle of a time where communicating and storing information was kind of starting to get rolling, basically. This is a big deal. It's a big deal in advertising, but it's also a big deal for us as a community for a couple of reasons. It made it easy, and I'll get to the deeper pieces of it, but it was part of this idea of making it more quantifiable in the arguments that was being made about the strength and the range and the scope of the black dollar. But the transformation came with a number of different things. It was about storing documentation as data. The digitalization of video and audio played a role in this. Then on top of those two things, you had the adoption of the internet and with broadband, which made communication faster. And then on top of that, in that gumbo, you have cloud services, which lowered costs for storing data and storing operational data. And all of this combined with ever increasing and better computing, which allowed for more algorithmic programming, which is where we are today with machine learning and programmatic advertising. Next slide. So with this media and access to customers was evolving, it gave a couple of benefits and enabled information to be transported to more places, meaning that now you can have documents that instead of driving down to the DMV, you can have something that you can download and sign electronically. It raised the speed and decisions based on the shared information. The idea that you can order something maybe from a restaurant now is through an app is unspeakable. Years ago, you had to go through the drive-through and hope that the drive-through wasn't as filled up. Today, you can order your food and get it conveniently. So there's raised the decisions on the speed of decisions on what to do and what you're interested in. Broadening personal interest on personal experiences on a computer. I remember not the first computer, but the second computer I bought was a black IBM Aptiva, if I remember correctly. And part of the reason it was black, I was told by the salesman, was they wanted to make it more appealing as an appliance, so that way people can have it in the home. Today, I'm speaking to you through probably the thinnest of MacBook Pros. So having that, but you can do a lot of different things with a computer now, whether it's in terms of programming terms of listening or watching video that could be educational or something entertaining, or listening to audio, which is for maybe something for a phone call or Zoom call, if you will. So all of this had more capability to added more capability to not only to the customers but marketing, but also from an analytics standpoint, it meant that you can now, even in some cases, measure trends and have more data to do some more analysis with. So that's one of the things that's been beneficial as well too. Next slide. So where's the unique impact for the Black community from all of this? Basically, this sounds like a global thing. So how does this help or benefit us? Well, from a marketing standpoint, and sometimes from a social economic standpoint, there were a couple of things that came across that got better. For starters, purchasing trends were more noticeable to mainstream venues, and that might bolster a case for investment or for advertising opportunities. If you were trying to host a large event, for example, the fact that spending power is a little bit more measured now. You have now a better case, ideally, a better case to have investment to at least take a look at thinking about maybe working with you on your event. You have now venues for creating to sell products and services, and what I mean by venues is basically online platforms, websites, things that allow even the smallest business to offer their products and services to a broader audience potentially. For entrepreneurs, there was a path that got built from this. The idea that you have more open source software or programming languages that allows you to garner more investment in apps or solution-based software-based ventures, which is a big deal. VCs were there's still a struggle going on today. Don't get me wrong, but it was definitely a big barrier from the beginning, that there was not something to allow even the smallest team to put together maybe a suitable app to build a service around. And today we have more and more people that are still knocking at the wall. And then finally, the thing that I particularly like is you have a way to connect, and in some ways it migrates some of the economic impact of some suburban flight. And I'm not saying that it corrects everything, but what it does is that if you really stop and think about it, the country has, we've grown in percent of population, but we're not in the same percent in every state, which means there's still some people that need to connect to other people for different resources or needs. I had a virtual assistant that I worked with for one of my data models. She was based out of Oshkosh, and we worked together. And I was floored to be able to meet her, and she was floored to meet me. And the best part about it is that we met each other online. So it kind of it helps a little bit to connect with people, particularly in the last several years as suburban flight, whether it was white flight that has hampered maybe some of the smaller cities like mine, like Gary and Flint and so forth, or if it was the black flight that happened at some point where people were moving to different parts of the country, where the black middle class was shifting. We now have a way with the internet of connecting with each other, and maybe in mitigating some of that hurt that comes out of it in some ways. Next slide. So as I mentioned before, we had a lot of different types of portals and ideas that have helped us. Websites became central portals for customers and clients, providing information for people anywhere. And they were originally meant to display just text and images. This is documentation, but they evolved into platforms with the arrival of mobile apps and cloud technology. And metrics also plays a big role in this as well too. So from the top, looking at this, coming from a static website to a website that can generate data and put it into a data layer that you can now put into a Google Analytics is a big deal. Or if it's a platform like Notion, where you can sync data between your app and your website to make it website to make it convenient to look at your information anytime or anywhere to get your work done and get your productivity together, that's a great blessing. Next slide. The rise in the mobile phone is a big deal. Connected to people a while ago, added another means of communication to each other besides dialing on the phone, able to add text. And then as smartphones became more and more available, they added video and image capabilities that have not only helped us in terms of sharing information, but also helped us in terms of policing, as most of you probably already know. And introduced apps that encourage more experiences from games to completing tasks as we go. Next slide. All of this comes together to make another layer of community. I particularly focus on Black Twitter because this is probably the biggest. This has been the biggest push over the last several years. But part of the reason is that we index Black consumers, Hispanic consumers index higher on mobile and in particular on some of the social media platforms. And this allowed us to create subgroups. Not just so it's not just even just Black Twitter. You can have Black Twitter who are interested in data, Black Twitter who's interested in skiing, Black Twitter that's interested in different subgroups or that you can find based off of even a subtext or interest. The word blurred, there you go. So all of this gave a unprecedented. It kind of had two effects. It gave us a way to connect with each other. Sometimes have fun, like the hashtag Ask Rachel. Gave us a way to offer our products and services like Honeypot has, or gave another way for us to see and connect to each other like Colin did with Jamil. But it also gave us an unprecedented exposure of Black lifestyle and issues and comments, things that probably have been regulated to the barbershops, beauty shops, and then to our Black media, the Ebony and the Jet. We now have more of a exposure in some ways, and it's kind of it's been a great thing, and also sometimes it's been a challenging thing as well too. But we'll likely see some more engagement as live chat like Twitter Spaces starts to take hold as well, or some people say Clubhouse. Next slide. And some of this has also introduced some ways of understanding sentiment. This is this slide is basically about R programming. You can do this in R programming or Python, but you can take a API of Twitter of tweets and take the tweets, place them into an object in a program, strip out like the HTML, not HTML, or HTTP and so forth, and get it down to just words, and then do a lexicon and get the sentiment around maybe a particular word or a particular phrase. The benefit of this is that if you are a business, you're trying to understand your customers and how they feel about something, sometimes you get comments that are sort of iffy and you're not 100% sure. This sort of sentiment. This is an example of not only programming capability that we have that's now more available, but things that we can do with data analysis, which we could not do before, and it gives much more precision in a lot of ways. So it's a way of helping us to understand the customer sentiment and give some ideas and maybe coming up with better, again, maybe even better predictive models down the road as well. Next slide. Oh, thank you. So all this is a reflection of how we are as consumers, about how much data that has come together to help give a picture that we have a large influence, and that influence is important in not only demanding. It's more than just demanding product. It's also about demanding respect within the community as well, in a way that we've never had, going back to those earlier times. I won't go through too much of this though, but just gives a couple of quick overviews from Nielsen. Nielsen had looked at, for example, the spending power of Black women consumers. Back in 2018, they expected to go to 1.5 trillion by 2021. And again, this is also from 2020. Online shopping has become convenient and in some ways safe. The idea that you can shop online without worrying about being harassed or followed in a store. And granted, there are pickups or what have you, but it's the idea that you can minimize some exposure to get what you need and get on with your day. Gives a convenience, gives that same sense of comfort that might be in terms of knowing where to go, who can we deal with. and then advertisers are starting to get a little bit more hip to this. I thought this last point was really good, given Butch Graves' comment. The top 20 advertisers spend on media focused on African Americans. It's increased from 3.34 billion in 2011 to 3.86 billion in 2019, almost a 16% increase. So it's brought in some interest and quantifiable, shows that we have an influence in terms of economic power. Next slide. So there's some good digital agency that comes from this. The fact that there's interest in advertising means that there's more digital ad options, which are available not only for a large business, but also for even for the smallest businesses. So even a small Black business like myself or other business owners as well could come back and actually take it and use those ads and have the same effectiveness, basically. An open source environment permits small teams to collaborate and work together. Again, finding the people that connect to us, just like back in the days of old, trying to find who can we work with. People can connect and communicate with each other's real time, who share values and interests. That's important. And then another thing about this is that it's also about encouraging corporate partners to have the right engagement. And I know that this is something that we still struggle with even today. I'll have some examples in a couple of slides, but at the same time, it's the idea that there's dollars here. We've proven that we're here, and our dollars should be respected each and every time that we either come into your store or we click on a website. And that on top of that is that we also have another piece of digital agency on top of that is exposing companies that are not investing in the community, the companies that are whitewashing, the companies that are not really thinking about us, or just giving lip service to something that they should be investing in. We're no longer having it. Next slide. And so, is there a bad side to some of the digital agency? There's a little bit, and I don't know. I use bad very lightly here because a lot of this is also about technology having a yin and a yang. So one of the yangs is that, again, because it's so broad and wide, is that you can have the ability of some predatory actors who could scale messages and scams. And these could be businesses that say that they support Black consumerism or Black lives, but they're not really about it. The ability to extend online harassment, unfortunately, has been a big deal. We've seen, I won't go through it too deeply, but I know that you're aware of that. All times too often, people are using the internet to harass when they shouldn't. Maintaining privacy data is now becoming is now a primary function. Companies have to show that if they are working with consumers in general, that they can protect the data. And then that we're definitely in that bunch. And then also a lot of the discussions is, and you've heard this earlier today, lagging diversity in tech is a big deal as well too. No one wants to share or spend dollars at a company that's not really, again, investing in diversity in their ranks, through whether it's a technology company or anything else in businesses and services. Next slide. So all of this leads to agency having much more public scrutiny of digital failure. And there's a few of these. I won't go through these too deeply, but some of these you may have heard of. Louis Vuitton, for example, having the wrong Jamaican colors on a sweater that they claimed to be inspired by the Jamaican flag. That was called out online. Last year, Snapchat, I think it was 20, I can go back maybe 2018, so I might be off because of the COVID, unfortunately. But Snapchat had to apologize for having an AR filter that showed people smiling while breaking chains. They didn't run that AR filter through their protocols, as they said, and they had to go back and apologize because the implication was not thought out. Amazon, years ago, rolling out Prime, used the algorithm that overlooked Black neighborhoods. It was an algorithm that picked up redlining clues that was incorporated into the data model. So it was training on racist assumptions, basically. Facial recognition is a big deal. Many of you may have heard of Robert Williams. This is the Black father who was falsely arrested in Detroit based off of a facial recognition that literally got it wrong. And unfortunately was arrested right in front of his daughters at his home. So this has been controversial. And then and then on top of all this, people can share bad experiences online or bad things online. Like on this tweet, this is going back to COVID. This was a racist tweet in Australia that was implying that that basically had, it was a subtext that was implying that COVID racist associated with COVID in China. But what was interesting about this is that this was something that was shared on Facebook that got twisted and put onto that twisted and put onto to Twitter. So cross-platform sharing is much more often. Next slide. So what would our future agency look like with all this in mind? Well, we'll have an intersectional political agency. Politics is always the art of dealing with people, and today we are probably while we're fighting and we're moving ahead with a lot of things that are happening at state level and at government level, but the key is that it will be intersectional. And because of the fact that dialogue is happening online more frequently, means that our politics will be intersectional at some level, and we'll have to face that as we move forward. So we'll have some sort of we have to figure out where we, as a people, where we want to decide to work together and bond together. Next slide. Agency through investment. Many of you recognize Arden Hamilton. This is her back in 2019 at the Inbound Marketing Convention when she spoke. We still have a ways to go with VC, but again, we've proven our marketing power. We've been really, our marketing, our commercial force has grown over the years, and it's not just really in terms of retail, but in terms of even being entrepreneurs and being pros and being much more developers. The idea that now we're looking at, we need to have more investment, and investors are opening their eyes and realizing there's more things they can do, and the more things they should do. Next slide. We have agency through digital connection. And as I mentioned before, we're using our laptops, we're using our mobile phones to connect with each other in different parts of the country and in different parts of the world. We need to take advantage of that. We're no longer in just the enclaves of where we were during the years after the Great Migration. It's our communities have broadened and they become much more digital. So we have to account for that as well. Next slide. Our agency by international connection, finding where we can talk to each other and speak to each other. And I'll say this real quick as a footnote. This is on Clubhouse. This intrigued me because Palestinians and Israelis talking for several days during the recent conflict as well. So I'm really looking forward to seeing more chat and hopefully more chat among us as well. Next slide. And then seeking the seats that secure the bag. And this means, I mentioned about corporate being much more involved. There's going to be a lot of times where a lot of our struggles are not just going to be just among us, but also dealing with corporate. The facial recognition, access to anything with machine learning is a broader, requires diversity to come, requires us to really come in and have a seat at the table. Unfortunately, there's more things that have been developing over the years. California just passed a law that talked about companies that are headquartered in California must develop a plan to have a board, diversified board member by set amount. So, and they're not the only state that's done that. There's a couple more that are doing that as well too. So we have a fight, but we're coming along. Next slide. And then we need to scrutinize who speaks for us. And this is probably this wasn't my best example, but I wanted to pick something. This is on Kanye West when he was thinking that he was going to get votes, basically. And no diss on Kanye necessarily, but the idea is that because things are online, we have more voices that can come in and speak to each other. Where if you go back to the days of Ebony and Jet and so forth, our media spoke for the community. But now our community is more online, which is really us. So now we have a lot more dialogue, but it also means a lot more noise, which means you have to think about what is speaking for us, what is not, and maybe we have to think about it differently than we have in years past. Next slide. And so what should we do as entrepreneurs? Pick products and services with an eye for community needs, things that really exchange and help grow the community where possible. Exchange in active digital communities, not just the static directories. Directories are fine, but we have a chance to talk to each other. Let's take advantage of it. Create cross-functional collaborations where possible. There may be partnerships that we may be able to make with each other to help get our products and services out there. And then as consumers, what are things that we can do? Well, we can make our conscious purchases consistently, and this means actually finding more ways to invent, to find ways to do business with each other. Support local news sources where possible. And then one thing we can do is pay attention to any sort of legislation that is starting to impact development. Things like privacy laws, things like definitely voter rights for sure. But any sort of development that starts impacting how we communicate to each other and keep those ties together. And evaluate groups where support and online actions create strategic outcomes. How can we, where do we partner up? Where do we partner up where possible, to help make our to keep our engagement, our shopping engagement effective. Next slide. And so I'll share this with you. One or two quick footnotes. The concept, a lot of this talks about being black owned businesses, and sometimes people think it's just the ownership, and it's really not just that. It's about the economic influence in the community that's central to the value that comes from that black ownership. And so we're going to have a lot of challenges on what it is. There's small teams that can scale. We have corporate teams that come in and maybe are trying to be a good partner. Whatever it is, we have to look at that influence, because that influence must be that means that influence will be constantly examined. It won't be just the same old, same old. Next slide. And all this is just to give us a reminder that agency is up to us. And with that, I'm going to say thank you.
Thank you so much, Pierre, for that wealth of information. I don't know about anyone else, but I was just over here taking notes and writing down. Thank you so very much. And I hope that everyone was able to, like I said, jot some stuff down. And I hope it just kind of opened up eyes to more things that we need to be on the lookout for. And thank you so much.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for being patient with me today too. So
it all worked out. So that's the important part. Everything worked out.
A special shout out to Michael.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brown. And up next, everyone, we will be hearing from Wesley Faulkner. So we're just going to take a few moments and we will be back with you shortly. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome back. Welcome back. I hope that everyone is enjoying themselves and just taking in all of this information. I'm absolutely loving how everything is flowing into the next topic. And up next, we have the pleasure of speaking with Wesley Faulkner, who is a developer advocate and a first generation American. Wesley is a founding member of the government transparency group Open Austin. Wesley's professional experience includes various roles with AMD, IBM, Dell, and Atlassian. And today he is going to be sharing information with us regarding getting through the awkwardness of networking. Welcome, Wesley.
Thanks for having me, Brandy. This is really excited about the day and this conference and everything it stands for. So great day, great time to get into some really good subjects.
Well, I'll let you take it away.
Thank you. Let's see. Thank you, everybody who's come to this conference to celebrate Juneteenth. As you may all know, networking is like an integrated pillar that you need to have in order to progress either in your personal life or even in your career. So I'm hoping that this presentation about how to get over the awkwardness of networking can help you in both of those facets. And as you might know, it could be really hard to do networking when you feel like a marginalized group, like you feel like you don't belong. And so my personal story is where this talk has come from. And hopefully my experience can help relate to your own experience and help you get past some of the awkwardness of networking. And a little bit about myself. My name is Wesley Faulkner. I grew up in Houston, Texas. So Juneteenth has been a part of my life as long as I can remember. But there's some things that you can see about me, but there's also some things that you may not see, and that makes me me, and also makes me a little awkward when it comes and talk about networking. When I'm a minority, just like many of you probably are. So when I enter a room, I'm the odd person out most of the time. That's the conference room or a meeting room or even real life in-person conference. I am out there and I kind of stick out like a sore thumb because one of these things is not like the other. And I'm sure a lot of people who are watching this presentation can feel the same way. I'm also a child of immigrants. Both my parents are from different countries. And so I'm a first generation American. That doesn't make me African American, but it still does make me Black. And so in my experience, when people judge me for the way that I look, I can feel misplaced because I sound like an American, but I grew up with a very different culture that makes it hard for me to get some references, even to this day. I get most of it now because I'm old enough to catch that. But growing up, I would just miss references all the time until, I was able to ask, what does that mean? And that led to some really awkward moments. Also, I'm not wealthy, which means I don't have access to summer in the Hamptons or vacation flying off to some tropical place during the winter. Not able to have exposure to different places, probably, as most people can relate, doesn't mean that the pool of people or the pool of experiences is limited just because of funds. And when we talk about the wealth gap, that also is a cultural gap for some people because they don't get to experience some things that other people might be relating to a lot more than we do. I'm not educated. I say that, but I did go to school. I did not get a degree. So that being said, some people who are, let's say, cis white people, white men, can go out and they can spout how they have accomplished a lot of things, dropped that they dropped out of college, and it seemed like not big of a deal. But with people who might have a different background, you might need to find ways to prove yourself and prove your worth and show that you have the means to make sense and to string some coherent thoughts together to really make something out of nothing, to be able to create new ideas and then see them to fruition. So not having an education is a strike against me, depending on who I'm talking to. I'm also neurodivergent, so I'm ADHD and I have dyslexia. So internally, you can't, that's something that I struggle with that you may not see when you see me. So it's what's known as an invisible disability. And this list, the reason why I put this together and kind of like lay it all out there about who I am, I'm more than this list, but this list in some settings can cause a lot of shame. Shame can influence how we present ourselves to others, how we feel about ourselves, and makes it so that we are kind of held back by our own self. Not saying that there aren't stresses, there aren't adversities out in the world, but there are definitely some that we have to deal with and that we have to tackle. I urge you to come up with your own list that you feel shame about, or do you feel some trepidation when you go out to network saying like, I need to hide this about me if I can. I need to not talk about this, or I need to skim past the subject of who I am. So dealing with or accepting yourself is going to be a big part of this talk. And so start here if you're going to start anywhere. Okay, now that we've covered that, let's talk about what are the advantages of networking. So you learn different perspectives. You can't be everywhere at every time, but other people who have different backgrounds, have different experiences, when you network and you learn who they are and their journey, you're able to get a little snippet of a corner of the world or a corner of a room that you yourself may not have access to or have had access to. So being able to network with other people with different backgrounds gives you better insight into things you may not have known or been exposed to otherwise. Networking allows you to also to help others. So the biggest thing when you network is finding a person in column A who needs something from a person in column B, and then you know both of those people and you're able to connect them and help them, and they get an enhanced relationship with each other because you know them both. So empowering yourself, not just to help yourself, but to help others is a really good advantage to networking. And of course, self-esteem. We talked about accepting yourself, but also when you accept yourself and then you put yourself out there and then you're able to get accepted, or you feel comfortable accepting yourself and putting yourself out there and then being amongst other people as your true self, it helps your self-esteem. You don't have to worry about, oh my gosh, there's going to be a sea of people. How am I going to deal with that? How is this going to impact me? Now, this is assuming that you may not have social anxiety disorder, but generally speaking, the better you are at something, the less it weighs on you than it would otherwise. So if you're good at networking, coming against a sea of people, a crowd of people, can help lower some of your anxiety around that. And I have some tips specifically later on, but before we get there, let's go to the next slide. Question is, why is it so hard? Networking is hard. Let's just face it. Everyone has problems with it. Even me, to this day, I still struggle with some aspects of networking. I'm open to learning and to getting better with every interaction, but it's generally hard, and you have to accept that. One reason why is because it's very uncomfortable. I don't know you, you don't know me. Do we shake hands? Oh no, we don't shake hands anymore because COVID. What do we do? So it's just uncomfortable to be in a space and figuring out how to talk to people. Who do you talk to, right? Do you talk to that person? Do you talk to that person? Do you talk to someone you know, or you're supposed to be networking? Do you talk to someone you don't know? Do you look for someone familiar that you connect with, or do you try to really enhance your the people you know by trying to find someone who you would never talk to otherwise? So it's really hard to figure out who to talk to. And then when you do find that person, what do you talk about? It's the weather. What do you do for a living? It's Depends on where you are. It's really hard to find a subject matter that's you're in, that you get to have an open, really revealing, connecting conversation. So that's hard. It's true. And like I said, it's uncomfortable. Most people are bad at it. So even if you get to the place where you're good at, or you think you're good at networking, you're going to be networking with people who are bad at networking. So it's always going to be clumsy. It's always going to be uncomfortable. But you're not alone if you feel that you're bad at it. Most people are. So once again, kind of let that go, thinking that you are the person that's going into an environment of professionals and experts. Everyone is still figuring this out. Like I said, even me. So let's go over what we've been taught about networking. Most people learn about networking not through school, not even through university or taking business classes. It's through the experience of watching movies or watching TV shows, or even like comedies of like how bad someone is at being awkward and they're put on the spot. So you know what not to do. And you see the charismatic, suave person, and you see them work a room and people fawn over them. These are examples that are extreme, but also not really accurate. We all are being taught this way. And that's why in the previous slide, I said we're all bad at it because of this. So there's a few things that we need to unlearn in order to move forward, in order to be better networkers. One of the first things is that networking is transactional. Hey, I'm selling this, you need that, let's network, let's get together, right? So a transactional networking kind of connection allows you to fulfill that connection in that moment. So yes, you need something now. Yes, I'm giving something now. Now let's connect. But that connection is extremely temporary. The reason why is, we're all fluid, especially in the tech industry. We all change jobs regularly. And so if you're saying, hey, I work for company A, you work for company B, let's team up and tackle this space together, that sounds great. But you change jobs, your friend, the person you're connecting with changes jobs. Now, do you still have that connection? Maybe, maybe not. It might fall by the wayside. If you're super centered around a transactional relationship, it's a tenuous connection. It's definitely short-term and short-sighted. Next thing we've learned is about dominance. Being the alpha, being the person in charge, commanding the conversation, choosing the subject and the pace, and dominance is not good. First of all, it puts you on uneven ground. If you are here, that means that everyone's here. And when everyone is here, how can you really connect, right? You're missing each other. When you start spouting off like, hey, I know Kubernetes, I know how to DevOps like the best of them, the other person might be like, what are you talking about? Okay. And if you keep speaking about the things that you're an expert on and they cannot even insert themselves into that conversation because you're at different levels and you like that and you're just showing off how much you know, what you're doing is you're really putting someone off and closing the door for where you two can meet in the middle. So don't worry about dominating. Don't worry about being the person that has the most information. Another thing that people hear or were taught is that people like to talk about themselves. Okay. So what are you going to do? Like when that happens, you start peppering the person with questions. So what do you do? Where are you from? So how long have you been doing that for? It changes from networking to an interrogation. You start like hammering with questions. So don't do that. Don't think that people like to talk about them. What they do is they like an exchange. They like hearing and learning and having that sweet swap. So be able to keep the conversation going by giving some, taking some, and doing that cycle over and over again. And then I'll quickly go through these because I think you get the point. Firm handshake, that's a form of dominance. I'm stronger than you. Look at me. You give out your card. Hey, look, I'm the VP. I'm the founder. I'm the CEO of this company. Look, I'm important. Here, let me give you my card before we even start a conversation. So that's signaling that here are my credentials. This is why I'm worth speaking to. Asking people what they do is also one that is the go-to that we hear from all kinds of shows and movies, and even when you go to a networking event. If you've done this, it's okay. Try not to do it if you can, because what if the person you're talking to doesn't have a job? What if they don't like their job? People are more than what they do for work. They're well-rounded people. So focusing on what they do just narrows down the conversation when you're talking to that person. So if you can, stay away from that. All right. And then showing off your knowledge is the same as dominance. And it keeps people from being able to really connect, like I said before. So please try not to just spout off information, especially if you're saying, I'm an expert. If you're an expert, then there's no way that I can even challenge you by asking questions or coming with a contrary opinion, because that automatically makes me wrong. All right, let's go over some basics. Eye contact. Okay, first of all, like I mentioned, I'm neurodiverse. So this one's a little ableism, saying to do eye contact. But if you're able to do that, please do. It allows to connect and show that you're really trying to listen to the person and that you're very present into what you are talking about, and you're really interested in that person. You're not scanning the room for other people to talk to. So if you can, do eye contact. Next, listen, don't interrupt. Like I said, people are awkward. People can be a little fumbly when you first meet them, and they might start talking and talking and talking. And then you inadvertently listen for the one keyword where you can relate. Someone mentioned Basecamp. Oh, I know about that controversy. I'm going to jump in. Let's talk about Basecamp. And you interrupt them saying, oh, I heard about that. What happened was, no. What you do is you let them finish. You let them talk. You let them express what they want to. And you try to listen to all of it. Because that point in which you interrupted someone, they could be talking or warming up to something that's extremely personal or extremely important to them. So if you can, please don't interrupt. Just let them keep talking. And then when they're done, there's a pause. Then take your turn, okay? When they're talking, also, don't focus on what to say next, because that means you're not listening. If there is something that they said is interesting, see it, hold it, go ahead and let it go by. And if you forget it, that's totally cool. Let it go. Just listen to what they're saying, because the next thing, like I said, might be more important. If you can, smile. Smiling not only shows that you are approachable when you're interested, and it kind of mirrors, people tend to mirror the other person they're speaking with. And if you smile, they'll smile too. And if you're worried about being comfortable, smiling helps release endorphins for yourself. So it's not just the person you're talking to that smiling helps. It helps you. It'll help you feel better about where you are. Sometimes actions come before feelings. So if you want to feel comfortable, smile. And then you might feel like the smile that you're showing. So if you feel a little nervous, try smiling. That might help. This one's really important. This next one, stay away from unaligned people. We've talked about meeting people with different experiences. Some of those experiences are racist, y'all. Some of them are just horrid, misogynistic, transphobic, things that really put you off. If someone hits one of your red flags and this person's not one of my people, feel free to excuse yourself from that conversation. You don't have to be rude. You don't have to say, oh, nuh-uh, and leave. You can just say, you know what? I gotta go do something else, or I need to go to the bathroom, or I need to get a drink refill. I'll be right back. So if you are talking to someone and you hear that thing that sets you off, go ahead and feel like you can excuse yourself from that conversation. There are two reasons for that. One, people want to be wholly seen. And not just the person you're talking to, but yourself. So you're more than just your job. You're more than just what you're there to do. If it's like a Rails conference, for instance, you're more than just a Rails programmer. You are a wholly person that with different facets. And when you're with an unaligned person, once you hear that trigger word, you just need to say, if you are suppressing that part of yourself, you're like, okay, I will just act like that was okay. I will act like I won't talk about Black Lives Matter because that person doesn't like them. But I still want to get in. I still want to network. I still want to be nice to this person, and maybe they can help me. So if you hear that, you're hiding that person yourself. One. And once you're hiding that part of yourself, that means you have to tippy-toe around that the whole relationship. And we're talking about long-term relationships and not just short-term ones. So when you hear that thing that makes you go, oh, I don't like this, feel free to say, that's something I don't want to continue. The other reason, number two, the reason why you kind of excuse yourselves from unaligned relationships is that if you decide to go forward, realize that what you're doing is choosing a transactional relationship where you're using that person. Because the only reason why you would continue on is because you feel like you can get something out of that person. That person can help you. So I'm going to use them even though I don't like them. And that's one of those things where you're going to be selling your soul until you get that thing, and you may get that thing. And then someone might say, hey, weren't you friends with Dave? Did you know that he's a super racist guy? And you'd be like, yeah, but he was helping me out. No, you don't want to be associated with those people. If they are standing for something that is across your red line, don't pursue that relationship. All right, some tips. All right, if you are awkward just in general and you're just starting out, go to a venue early. Scout it out, know where the bathrooms are, know where the high traffic areas are, know how to get out to the patio. If you you need to go get a drink, you need to go downstairs. You want to go where it's cooler, where it's warmer, indoor, outdoor. Arrive early, understand the venue, and when you know where people are going to be ingressing and egressing, try not to be in that area, because one thing that causes me anxiety is that moving out of the way as people come and go. So try to make sure that you're in a spot that you don't have to worry about other people, that you can focus on the person that you're speaking with. Also, a good reason to arrive early, really early, is if you get intimidated by a sea of people, you're like, there's so many people here, I don't know where to go. When you're early, it's really easy to talk to the person in front of you in line, or the person behind you in line, or even the people working the venue. Talk to those people. When there's two people in the room, it's really easy to know who to talk to, who to approach. Okay. How to engage, right? By the way, this talk is really centered on how to be interested in other people. I have a separate talk about how to be interesting to other people, but right now, how to engage is the most important part of networking. When you are locked in a conversation and you don't know what to talk about, and you don't know, and you've been listening, and you're like, I was told not to remember what I was going to say next, but now the person stopped talking and now I don't know what to say next. What you can do is, here's a tip. Focus on the journey. No matter if you're talking to the janitor or you're talking to Oprah and you're both in the same place, your path and their path have brought you together at this one point. How you both got there is something you have in common. So start there. How did you get to this conference? Why are you waiting for the bathroom? What did you think? And then once you can establish that point in the journey, you can move that slider back and forth just to keep the conversation going. What was the previous conference that you went to? What was it like? Are you going to be going to Juneteenth next year? What session are you going to next? What session did you just come from? When do you fly home? When did you get into town? Moving that slider along the journey where your path are diverting after you've linked in to where you are now is a great way to keep the conversation going and still learning, because it's infinite. You can go all the way back to their birth and you can start talking about their future and where they're going to retire. Same with you and yourself. So if you're at a loss of words, go back to the journey, figure out where you are, figure out how you want to move that slider, and use that tool to help with conversations. Try to stay away from class is language, like if you have a PhD, they may not have a formal education. So don't talk about that. Don't talk about money. Don't talk about access to people. Oh, I'm friends with Diddy. We're going to be going to the club after this. No. Try to not highlight yourself by taking these symbols and making you feel more important. Stay away from assumptions. Like if you're talking to a guy and they say they're married, do you say, what's her name? What if this person's married to another man or a non-binary person? You don't know. So don't make assumptions. Leave the conversation open and allow it to develop. Try to shed all that preconceived notions of what's important and what you expect this person's life to be. All right. If you need to leave a conversation, like if you run into an unaligned person, try to say something like you need to go to the bathroom, you need a drink refill, or it's too loud in here, or it's a little stuffy. I need to get some air. Those are good ways to eject yourself out of a conversation, whether you like someone or not. Sometimes if you just want to move to another person, move to another conversation, or just to change a venue, or you do have some social anxiety, use some of these tips to kind of pop yourself out and give yourself a break. And then after you're done networking, you've met someone that you really are connecting with, follow up, either Twitter, LinkedIn, text message, Snapchat, whatever. But what you do, if you truly want to have that connection, you ask them how they would like to be in touch. You might get an email address, but what if they are on Twitter and that's how they spend their time? And it's easier for them to connect that way. If you want to connect with that person, find the medium that they prefer and opt for that. Okay. So it's very important for you to follow up. Make sure the only way you build your network is if you keep talking to the people that you've talked to and then talk to more people. So in summary, it's okay to be uncomfortable. Everyone is. Be interested in the person you're speaking with. Focus on the journey when you have lost what to talk about. Don't waste your time with the unaligned. So once they say, hey, big red flag, it's time for you to say, it's not worth my time to invest in this relationship. And then follow up. If you really and truly care about this person, you've connected, keep that connection. Make sure you follow up on the medium that they prefer. Thank you. This is how to get in contact with me. I prefer Twitter. But if you go to www.wesleyfaulkner.com, you can also ping me there and see what work I've done. So thank you for your time. This has been a great conference, and I hope to connect with you someday when we can meet in person.
Thank you so much, Wesley. This has been so informative. And I hope that everyone did jot down the ways to contact you and follow you. I know I am very interested in hearing more. I know this was about being interested. I am so looking forward to hearing about being interesting, because that's not easy as well.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
I think it's absolutely amazing what you were saying about dominance and everything, because we have been taught, give that firm handshake and you think that's a good thing. And today we found out not so much. But thank you so very much for spending time with us and for sharing. And we hope you have a great rest of the day.
All right. Thanks for having me. This has been fun. When you're talking to someone, firm handshake, there has to be a winner and loser, which means you're off to a bad start.
I love that. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, everyone. We will return shortly, and we will be hearing from Melisha McGregor So just hang in there with us and we'll see you shortly. Welcome back. Up next, we will be hearing from Alicia McGregor, who is a senior software engineer, international tech speaker, and a mad scientist that works with hardware and software. She'll try to make anything with JavaScript first and enjoys learning random things in her free time. So just sit back and enjoy as she talks to us about bringing full stack to Jamstack.
Everybody, my name is Melisha McGregor, and today I'll be talking to you about bringing full stack to Jamstack. So a little background on me first. I'm a developer advocate at iterative.ai, where we make machine learning tools, which is not really related to what we're talking about today, but I work with machine learning. I've done front end, back end development, some DevOps, some database work, mobile apps, VR, neuroscience, pretty much just all over the place with tech. But today I want to talk about a framework that I just really enjoy. So we'll be talking about Redwood. And if you want to keep up with me or ask questions about this talk later, you can always follow me on Twitter at FlippedCoding. So to kick it off, I always give an overview at the start of my talks because since everything went virtual, I know there are certain parts that you might be a little bit more interested in than other parts, and I want to make sure you can really focus on those when they come up. But first, we'll talk about what Jamstack actually is. Then we'll talk about what Redwood is in relation to Jamstack. And then we'll get into the fun part. So I'm going to attempt to live code an entire dashboard with Redwood. We'll see how it goes. So far, I haven't had any problems with this kind of demo, but we always say that before a live demo and then things happen. So let's see how we do. But after we make the dashboard, I'll wrap up with a few key takeaways, which is just some stuff that I hope you get out of today's talk. But first, let's start with what is Jamstack. So Jamstack stands for JavaScript, APIs, and Markdown, or markup if you want to get technical. Basically, this came about a few years ago, and the goal of it is to make the web faster and more secure. And the way that it does this is it just breaks apart the whole full stack paradigm, where basically you have a very, very small front end that's pre-rendered and it just hooks into the services that it needs to use, and you don't necessarily need to maintain a back end yourself. But there are some times where maybe you have a really custom app or you're dealing with some sensitive information and you want to have control over the database or over how data is handled on the back end in a way that you can't get with services. And that is where Redwood comes in. So Redwood is a full stack framework that uses React, GraphQL, and Prisma. So React on the front end, GraphQL for the back end, and Prisma to handle all of the database stuff. This basically extends the Jamstack framework to where you have a database attached to it. That is kind of the goodness of Redwood, or at least part of it. You're going to see a lot of crazy things that this framework does that still just blows my mind, and I'm sorry if I geek out a little bit. It's just wild how much it does with just a few different commands. So I know that was a really quick intro on Jamstack and Redwood, but it is already time for us to just jump into making this dashboard. So I'm gonna try to switch screens because that's what we all do nowadays. And yeah, so I did consider, setting this up from scratch for y'all, where we run just yarn create Redwood app, and we call this Redwood user dashboard. But I'm not gonna actually run this command because as you can see, we already have this project created. I just wanted you to see this command because it is how you generate a Redwood app. It just takes, a while because it creates a lot of different folders and files for you. So I didn't want to spend, 10 minutes waiting on packages and dependencies and file generation to happen. So I've already got the Redwood app created, and what you're looking at over here, this is everything that just comes straight out of the box with Redwood. So you already have this API folder which handles all of the backend. We have this database folder inside of it where we'll be making a Prisma schema, and we'll make some seed data as well. Then inside the source, this is where our GraphQL types and our resolvers will go. And that's a pretty quick summary of the backend folder. So on the front end, we're in the web directory. And this is pretty similar to most React apps. We have a pages directory where this is where all of the routes will draw components from. So they'll be in the pages. Then we have a layouts directory, which is where we keep the stylings we want applied to multiple pages, or maybe we want a particular layout applied to a special page just because it's different. And then we have components, which is where we put, well, pretty much everything else. So we'll see more about these directories as we get deeper into Redwood. But first, I want to show you that this runs right out of the box. So we'll just run yarn rwdev, and that starts up the app for us. And I'm gonna make sure that it is ready in the browser. So when I switch, y'all aren't wondering what is going on. Alright, so now we just wait for it to run. This is always the part in the talk where I'm just like, well, happy Juneteenth, everybody. But while this is running in the background, we can talk about like what Redwood is doing here. So when you run yarn rwdev, that starts up the backend, it starts up the front end. If you do have your database connected, it'll go ahead and attach to that. But there are a few things we can get out of the way while that's starting up. So the first thing we're gonna do is actually add an environment variable. So we're gonna go ahead and update the URL for our Postgres database. So by the way, we're working with the Postgres database. There's a lot of stuff that's going in here that I'm trying to touch on pretty quick. But in this environment file, you'll notice that Redwood already has some dummy data in here. So I'm just gonna delete that line and paste in my URL. This is just my local database, so no scary credentials are out here. And I'll save this environment file. And we'll jump over here in the API directory, and in this database directory, we'll start working on our schema. So this schema.prisma file is how we're gonna make the models for our tables in the database. So first thing we'll do, we're not using SQLite. We're gonna use PostgreSQL up here because that's the database that we have locally. And then we are lucky enough to have this example model here. So what we're gonna do is delete the to-do, and we are gonna have a users table. So this project is a really simple user dashboard where they can come in and add new users, edit users, and delete users. They'll be able to have items in a fake inventory, and those items will be attached to a specific warehouse location. So we're just gonna have 3 tables that cover those things. and we need to make sure that we have models for all those tables. So our user table is gonna look pretty similar to this. We just need to add a role, which will also be a string. I'm gonna make this name required, and that is our user model. So next, we'll make a model for our location. So this is gonna have an ID just like user. So I'm just gonna copy and paste that. And it'll also have a name, which will be a string. And we'll give it a district just because that, I don't know, it sounds cool. You have your items in a certain district location. But anyways, so we have our location defined, we have our user defined. So let's go ahead and make a model for our item. And this will also have an ID. I don't think you can make a database table without some kind of ID. I'm sure you can, but that just feels wrong. But the items are gonna have an SKU, that's a string, and it should be unique for every item. It's gonna have a name, which you guessed it, it's a string too. And it's also gonna have a location. So now we're gonna add a relation between two tables using Prisma. But I'm just gonna put the type here for now, and then we'll add the location ID down here, because we're gonna use this as a reference. So to get this location attached to our item, we're gonna do relation fields, and in this array, we'll put our location ID. Love autocomplete. And then we'll have a reference array to the ID of our location model. And again, love that autocomplete, but we have to have a reference to the item table in the location table, even though the only table with a foreign key to location is item. But that's how Prisma does this, and that's how we're gonna do it. But if you notice down here, we actually have this app running. So I'm gonna switch over to my browser and show you what it looks like real quick. It's nothing, you know, nothing too crazy, but let me see if I can switch over. And, yes, here it is. So this is what an initial Redwood app looks like. It already has this kind of home page here for us with some instructions on what to do next. So just wanted you to see that this was actually running while we've been doing all this other stuff in the code. But we have all of our models in place, which means we have our database schema ready. So the next thing we need to do is come over here and add some seed data. I am going to get rid of a lot of these comments because they're great comments, don't get me wrong. We just don't need them right now. Y'all can look at all of the Redwood awesomeness a little later. So I'm gonna uncomment this part in particular because Redwood does come ready to just generate everything for you. So it has this example seed file ready to go. So what we're gonna do is clean it up just a little bit. And I think I got my parentheses right. So we are gonna add something to the user table. I'm gonna give it a name, Kaya. The email address is gonna be test@best.com. And what else do we have on there? We'll give this user a role of, it says admin, why not? And I'm gonna put that comma there and copy this a couple of times and paste it. And we'll change this to be our location table. and we'll give this location the name of Compound North. It'll be in District 1. And I think that's all for location. Yep. So I'll get rid of that roll over here. And then the last seed data we need is for our item. So we'll say Morning Glory. We'll give it an SKU of this random string I'm just throwing in there. And the last thing it needs is a location ID. And when this is generated, it'll have an ID of 1. So I'll just put 1 there. Save that. Check that our model has everything we need, and it does. So now we're actually ready to run a migration. So I'm gonna stop the app real quick. I'm gonna stop it and clear the terminal. And then we're gonna run yarn rw, which stands for redwood, Prisma, migrate dev. And this is gonna generate a new migration for us. And once it's, ready, we'll give it a name. Okay, it's loading everything, making sure we're good and connected to the database, which we are. And it's getting there, y'all. Oh, I already had some data there, so, just gonna delete that. But you see our seed got run already, and we're gonna call this migration, I don't know, just keep it simple. We added some tables. So it ran the seed, it generated this migration for us, which you can see in the database folder. Just drop down and we got some migration stuff. And now it should be syncing with our database. So let me bring you back into the browser real quick where you can see this. We're just using PG admin, by the way. Oh. That figures. Doesn't want to show. Let me try to refresh it. Maybe that'll do it. Okay, here we go. So in the PG admin, I'm just gonna go in here and open up that database, and you'll see we have our tables. If I open this, you'll see our schema was taken in, and we should be good to go. So gonna put that back up there and switch back to the code because that's where all the interesting stuff is happening anyways. Okay, so back in the code. I know you're probably wondering how we're actually going to finish this, but just you wait. So we've got our seed run, we have our database ready. Now we're going to create the front end and the back end at the same time, which is kind of still magic to me. So we're going to do all of that with just one redwood command. It's called yarn redwood generate. I'm just using all of the shorthand. And we're going to scaffold our user. So what this is going to do is create all of the GraphQL types, all of the queries, all of the mutations. It's going to make our front end components. They'll already have styles. They'll be connected to the GraphQL server. The GraphQL server is going to have the resolvers that are already connected to the database. And it's honestly just a little bit crazy how much stuff this generated for us in 24 seconds. So I'm gonna come over here and just show you all of these new files. So in the source, if we go to this GraphQL folder, you'll see we have our schema for GraphQL. And this is everything we need to make CRUD updates for our user. So it did everything for us. If you want to see the resolvers, that's here in the services. And you see we have where we get all of our users. We can fetch one, we can create a new one, we can update, delete. All of the CRUD is built in for us, which is kind of crazy. At least to me, that still blows my mind. It makes everything for you, but it gets wilder. So here on the web directory in the source, if you look at pages, we have this whole user directory and it has everything. Like, this is just the pages. We also have a new layout if we wanted to update it to be something fancy and pretty. We have a bunch of components that I'm about to show you. So it already has forms, it already has the handling for our queries, even if it's loading or empty. It made all of this with that one command. It even updated the routes for us. So we have all of these user routes inside of our router, and we didn't even have to do anything. I'm gonna run this again just to show you this stuff works. And I don't know. I hope it blows your mind as much as it blows mine, because we just made the whole front end and back end for a component in 24 seconds. And we're about to use that to build out pretty much the rest of this app. So while that is running, I am gonna go ahead and build out the rest of the app. So I split my terminal, and we're gonna run another yarn redwood command. So this one will be yarn rwg for generate, and we'll scaffold our location. So this is gonna make all of the front end and back end to connect to our location table, and we'll have all of the same files that were generated for the user folder, just for our locations. Like, it'll be here. And since this is running now, let me see about switching to that view. Oh, is it upset about something? No, looks like it's fine. So since it's not upset about something, let me go ahead and show you what this looks like in the browser. So here I am I'm just on this user's page. We can make a new user, which I'll just say test@rest.com. I don't know, Nathan. And we'll make Nathan an admin, and I'll save that, and boom, right there. I didn't write any code to do any of this. I just ran one command, and now I have a whole CRUD ready to go. Like, it shows you everything. You can come in here and edit it. Maybe I want to call Nathan Nate, and I save it, and it's already updated. Like, what? That's crazy to me. And if I do the same with locations, oh, maybe that's not ready yet. Might have jumped the gun a little bit. So let me switch back over to the code, which is here. No, not there. Which is, where did, switching these things always leads to some kind of problem, but it's okay. We're tech people, right? So here we go. Okay, got this ready to go, and all we have left to do is take a look at our components. Location is there, but since it fussed, I'm gonna go ahead and clear out this side terminal, and we'll just run. Actually, let me see why locations isn't working real quick. So I am back in the locations folder, did the routes update. Maybe I just need to restart the server. Sometimes that happens when you make a really big backend change with Redwood. You'll need to restart the server so it gets all of those changes correctly. But once you have everything in here, it's basically magic from there. The only drawback is that sometimes running commands with Redwood can just take a little while. Like, this wouldn't normally bother me if I wasn't in a live demo. So yeah, while we're waiting on that to run, what else can I show you or say about Redwood? Something may be wrong? I'm not sure yet. We'll find out shortly. This is the joy of live coding. You never know what you're gonna get. Oh, it looks like I'm getting some errors. So, I did not mean type of time. What is this talking about? I was concerned about this. Every time I do a live demo, things usually go pretty well, but this might be one of those times where it just doesn't. So let me take a look. Oh, duh. I haven't made the items. Ha. So I am gonna go ahead and run yarn rw generate, and I'll do the scaffold for item. That'll add the GraphQL types that we're missing, which was stopping this app from running. So, got to see a little bit of live debugging, and hopefully this will make everything work this time. So just a few more seconds, and we'll have all 3 of these components ready to go. So I'll clear out this side terminal. It looks like it's not gonna fuss at me anymore. I'm happy about that. And if we do go back to the browser this time, let's see if I can do that pretty easily. Yes, now you see locations. So I'm gonna make one real quick. I'll call this one Compound South. It'll be in District 2. I'll save that. And if I go to the items endpoint, boom, it's right there ready to go. So I'm gonna add a new item, and we'll call this one Lily, and give it a location ID of 1. So you actually have an entire dashboard app with all of the CRUD ready to go in what, 20-ish minutes? And that was with me stopping to debug a couple of times. That's not bad at all. We didn't get to do a really pretty layout, but I just wanted to show you how quick it is to get set up with CRUD in just a few commands. Like, we have the whole front end, it's styled a little bit, it's connected to the database. Let me show you where it's actually updating data for us. So if I can bring a tab over real quick. And I refresh this, boom. You see how we've been adding data to our database this whole time? Oh, let's look at location real quick. And there it is. So Now that you know everything is connected, you can add a whole front end and back end with just a few commands. Unfortunately, it's time for me to wrap up. So, I'm going to leave you with just a few key takeaways today. And let me get back to the right browser and present this. So, few things I'd like you to take away from this. Sometimes Jamstack needs to be extended and you need your own database. But JavaScript has the tools to handle all of this and more. Like with Redwood, it just makes it super easy to build this whole full stack app really quickly. And that's all the time I have today. If you have any more questions or you want to learn more about this, just reach out to me on Twitter at Flipped Coding. So thank you, and I hope this talk was useful.
Oh my goodness, what an amazing coding demo. Um, I don't know how you all do it, but it just blows my mind every time I see the typing and then voila, it's just like magic. Just wow. I think someone commented pixie dust. I love it. Just totally magical. But definitely just want to say thank you to Melisha for that amazing demo. Mind blown. I said it and then I heard her say it. I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. That just blew my mind. But we are going to take a quick break. And then when we come back, we are going to come back with Michael Winslow. So hang in there with us. I'm going to also be talking more. I hope you guys see the shirt. I'm going to be giving you some information on how you can receive one of these shirts. So stay tuned. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back. Our next presenter will be Michael Winslow. And Michael is a seasoned international keynote speaker, an engineering leader, and an author. He has played key roles in companies such as Airmark, Ortho McNeil, Oracle, and Xfinity Mobile. He enjoys using his platform to uplift engineers and create powerfully diverse teams in technology. Today, Michael's going to be talking to us about the Dennis Botman story, a tale of next level chat ops. Welcome, Michael.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy Juneteenth to everyone out there. My name is Michael Winslow, and today I'm happy to talk to you about a chatbot that we created called Dennis Botman. So this is going to be the Dennis Botman story, a tale of next level chat ops. But before I get into the main part of the story, I'd like to connect with you a little bit to tell you a little bit about myself, to let you understand who I am as a person, who I am as a professional, and what my presentation style is like. So you'll really understand a few of the techniques that I use here in the presentation. So my mini talk within the talk is going to talk about these three things. Number one, my brother and I were raised around approximately 20 Huskies early in life. Number two, I love to make analogies and create lessons based on hip hop and R&B. I love to use the quotes. I think there's a bunch of amazing content out there that we don't really use, but teach great lessons. And the third thing I'm going to talk about is my passion here at Comcast and the employee resource group or technology resource group that we have internally called the Bengineers, the Black Engineers. I want to stay in touch, so at any time throughout this presentation or afterwards, please feel free to reach out to me at Michael S. Winslow, and that's at LinkedIn or at Twitter. So let me switch the view here, make the slides larger, and get into the mini talk that I have before the talk here. So this is me as a baby being raised around Huskies. And the reason why my brother and I were raised around Huskies like this was primarily because my father, who was a black man in New Jersey, would regularly drive up to New England to compete in racing Huskies. So we had Huskies outside in the kennel, but they would surely come in every day. It was an amazing thing to experience. I'm not sure, now that I'm an adult, I'm not exactly sure how much our neighbors loved the fact that we raised Huskies there. They could be quite loud, but it was an amazing part of my life. I love dogs because of it. And this was me and my brother Sean, and that's Bobo and Aso right there. The second bullet point that I had on there was about using hip hop and R&B as analogies to different concepts. And so in this, you can see a very, very popular leadership book called Radical Candor, where they talk about your measure of being able to be effective with communicating with people is based on how much you care personally about them, intersection with how much you're willing to challenge them directly, or quote unquote be honest with them. And if you care deeply about someone and you're willing to challenge them, that's called radical candor. That's the point of the book that they're trying to get to. But one point that I had saw that I love how it's worded, ruinous empathy. And that's when you care a lot about somebody, but you care so much, or you're not willing to challenge them directly. You're not willing to be honest with them because you don't want to hurt their feelings. Okay? And I remember the first time I saw this, my mind immediately thought of some lyrics from Drake and Rihanna in the song Take Care. You love your friends, but somebody should have told you something. All right? And that is ruinous empathy. And my mind is always working like this, where there's so many great examples in hip hop and R&B and movies, quite honestly, of, quotable things that we stay away from in talks. But there's a treasure to be mined there, and I do it all the time in my talks, and you're gonna see it later. So the third thing I want to talk about is something near and dear to my heart, which is the Bengineers at Comcast. and a workshop / program that we have called Technically Speaking. So the Bengineers are the Black engineers at Comcast. There is Ben at Comcast, which is the Black Employee Network. And as we grew as a technology company at Comcast, we realized that there needed to be a space carved out to create an optimal environment for Black engineers at Comcast, for our careers, for the pipeline, for overall getting noticed. And one of those ways that we wanted to make sure that our Black technologists were noticed inside and outside of the company was the program we created called Technically Speaking. What Technically Speaking does is we conduct workshops on how to create slides and talk about complex topics to a broad audience. So important for you to be able to advance in your career and basically bring teams together with a common understanding. This benefits anybody, but we started this program. It was born from the Bengineers and has since grown to basically produce hundreds of speakers at Comcast of all races and backgrounds and ethnicities. And here you see on the left, Otelia giving her first technical talk at an internal DevOps conference. And if you look really closely in the background, you can see Gene Kim, the DevOps icon, is right there in the audience and enjoying Otelia's talk. And right next to Gene is Nathan Harvey, who actually has some ties with this conference. He's down in the DC area. He's an awesome DevOps advocate working over at Google. And then you can see other examples. The founder of the Bengineers, Moomin Ransom, you can see him in the center doing his first external talk at the O'Reilly Strata Conference a couple of years ago when we were still in person. And one of our most shining, I almost don't even want to speak the wrong way about Quincy on the right. Quincy is basically a seasoned technical speaker now, and he was one of the first people to come into Bengineers and one of the first people to really latch on to the Technically Speaking workshop and take every advantage of speaking in front of technical audiences. So those are my 3 things to get started before we get into the Dennis Botman story. Now let's talk about Dennis Botman. So let's give you some background of how the need for a conversational chatbot ever came to be. We work in our group on something called DNS. So what is DNS? DNS is a domain name system, and it's technically considered to be the phone book of the internet. All right, so as an example, when you go to Xfinity.com, what you're really dialing up is an IP address called 96.114.21.40. Now, there's a lot of extra complexity there around that, but that's basically what DNS is. Okay, now Comcast has one of the largest DNS footprints in the world. And so we have hundreds of teams that maintain millions of DNS entries through our system. All right, so why does a company need to be that big and do this? Well, just as a small example, if you can imagine going to a hotel that has 500 rooms in it that provides Wi-Fi access in there, there probably are hundreds of Wi-Fi routers in there, all that have IP addresses similar to the one that you see right there, all provided by Comcast. All right. Now, each one of those has to be addressable in some way that makes sense to a human. You can't just say, hey, go to router 96.115.6.42 and know that that's on the 15th floor on the west wing. So in order to be able to give names to these, we have a system that immediately ties names, what's called FQDNs or DNS addresses, to those IP addresses. Okay, and because we have so many of them, we created our own internal software to maintain DNS, okay, and that was called Vinyl DNS. All right, so that being said, what is Vinyl DNS? All right. And it's called Vinyl DNS because, it's got a record as a symbol, and we maintain DNS records. So there's the analogy there. But Vinyl DNS is a DNS management system All right, it simplifies DNS administration. Okay, so that example that I gave you of hundreds of Wi-Fi routers, imagine how complex that could be if you didn't have some sort of system that could really allow you to administer all of those from one place. And that was just one hotel that we're speaking about. All right. It is widely used throughout Comcast. Like we said, hundreds of teams use this for a multitude of different reasons. Okay. At a certain point, I believe in 2018, we open sourced our system to the public. All right, so you could actually go to vinyldns.io and download a copy. Now, there's a very kind of specific need to use a vinyl DNS system like this, so you could certainly go and check it out, but it may be something that you don't necessarily need at this point. All right, now we get into really getting into the reason why Dennis Botman came to be. Using this tool does require guidance. It can't be just picked up and understood on day one. So how do we guide our users? All of these hundreds of groups that we're maintaining, how do we guide them? Well, we certainly created a lot of documentation. All right, and so at any point, if someone gets stuck, we have a lot of documentation that can help them get through it. We've created very, very detailed FAQs along the way as they came up. And we also internally created a Slack channel for real-time support for any Comcasters or contractors that need to come in and get help from us, the people who created the application. They can come in, and we get a lot of traffic, a lot of questions on that board. All right. So let's talk about those FAQs and the documentation that we created for our users. So we created all this phenomenal documentation. And because we created this documentation, the users are just going to read it, right? They're not even going to come to us with questions. They're just going to go to our documentation. Well, no, that's not really how it works, right? What do we know? We know generally people just don't read the documentation. There's a whole acronym, RTFM, that you can look up that is a snarky way of telling users, go read the manual, But honestly, I don't agree with that particular mindset. Yes, they could read the manual, but vinyl DNS is not the center of most of our people's universe. All right, they need to create DNS entries, but their real job is maintaining hotels. Their real job is maintaining ATM machines. Their main job is not being users of vinyl DNS. So I don't necessarily agree with that snarky response of read the documentation. So what we would often find ourselves doing in the Slack channel is our customers would come to us, our engineering clients would come to us, ask us a question that we know is in our documentation because we wrote it or we were very familiar with it. So we wind up searching our own documentation for them and sending them links. So this is kind of what it looks like. We started noticing this pattern in our, people would come in with a question and we would go look up the URL for it, copy it, and paste it in for them. All right. Engineers, and we won't get into the dollar amount here, but engineers that get paid good money, we're spending at least around 30% of our time searching FAQs and sending information back to the users. That in the DevOps and SRE world is called toil. So what is toil? Toil is repetitive, predictable, constant stream of tasks related to maintaining a service. And that is everything that I just described to you. It's this idea of, I just wish that there was a way that these people would go to the documentation first and not us. All right. So like I said, this is engineering time being spent. So as engineers, we thought, how can we automate this? How can we automate ourselves out of this job that we don't want to do so that we can make room for more cool things to work on? And now that meant it was Dennis Botman time. We were going to create this Slack bot that was going to take over our jobs in the Slack channel and service our customers. All right. So the first thing when we came together that we realized and we learned along the way is that we had to overcome inertia. All right, and I'll explain what I mean here. Now, inertia is a tendency to do nothing or to remain unchanged. Okay, so our current state was that we were helping our customers manually to get to the information that they need, right? And by the way, here's an example of when I start using quotes from hip hop. So where did we start here? How do we get people to start using this bot that we have? All right. Sorry. How do we get started in creating a bot? Surely there's no easy solution. And I remember being in the rooms when engineers wanted to really, really overcomplicate this. Like, there's no easy way to create a Slack bot, right? This is clearly going to take, artificial intelligence and machine learning. We're going to have to, upskill ourselves and train ourselves just to be able to create this bot. We're going to need to start training models for natural language processing. This was happening. There was conversations that are just like, we're going to just completely change our entire job function in order to create this bot. No. Do we really need to do all that, in order to get started creating a bot? Several of us didn't believe that we needed to. So what did we end up doing? We ended up creating something very simple that would take in text into our Slack bot and do a simple search of our internal FAQs and use keyword matching and a little bit of weighting to say, I think you might be asking a question like this, and allow the user to respond to Dennis Botman with, oh yes, it is that first item in your list. Can I create a zone in vinyl DNS? That is the question I came to ask. Do you have an answer for me for it? So the user would select one from that list, and then Dennis would come back with the answer with straight links to the documentation on how to create a zone in vinyl DNS. Now think about it. This did not take any of our engineers' time. The person got the answer they wanted without bothering us, and they got it immediately. They got it after hours. They got it when they wanted it. All right? So before we actually got to that end point, we really had to level set on what we really needed out of this bot. All right? So what were we really trying to do? We were trying to reduce real-time human support. All right? Even if our solution was only 30% effective, only took away 30% of the questions that were asked to our manual engineers, that's still 30% fewer person hours working on that. That is a major return on investment here. All right? We didn't need more than a simple search to start creating this bot. Always remember, perfect is the enemy of good. All right? If you sit there and only think about every single feature that will ever be needed, you will get paralysis analysis and you will basically never get started. All right? So we did it. We got this, I like to stay away from the term minimum viable product, but that's what we got out there. We got something for the people to use. Shout out to all you product managers out there about just get something out there and iterate. But now we want people to use it. How do we actually get people to know about the bot once it's out there? Well, the first thing we did was we started speaking about it. We went on a little roadshow internally at Comcast. And I want to take this moment to really give a shout out to the other major main contributor to Dennis Botman, and that's Ryan Emerly. I actually wanted him to come and speak with me today, but he started his vacation in Arizona. But shout out to Ryan. This bot would not have come to be without Ryan. So we started going around and telling everybody about this new tool that we had called Dennis Botman. All right. So that was how we introduced the bot. We also employed helpful hints within Slack to let people know that this bot existed. All right. We set our support Slack channel to remind everybody that there is a bot that they can talk to. All right. We had a message of the day. Every day at 9 a.m. you could come in and Dennis Botman would say, "Hey, don't forget, I'm here, and if you need me, here's how to contact me." All right. And then we added when we get a new user to the Slack channel, they get a Slack message to them personally, welcoming them and also reminding them that Dennis Botman exists and they can use it for some of their asks. All right. So that helped get a few people to know it, but it's not that simple to really, really gain usage of your product. You really have to come several times to do it. So how else could we promote the bot? We found ways to get people like when they first come to the channel, but what do we do to really, really promote it? One of the things that we did was we added a feature that was called On Behalf. And if somebody came and asked a human a question in our Slack channel, we provided our engineers the ability to answer through Dennis Botman. So they don't have to answer, in this case, Ryan didn't have to answer my question directly. Ryan could tell Dennis Botman, go answer Michael Winslow. And then that started the conversation up with Dennis Botman. And that allows a couple of things. Number one, it immediately takes it off the plate of Ryan. And number two, it reminds me, Michael Winslow, that maybe I could have went directly to Dennis Botman instead of going to Ryan in the first place. All right? And then the other huge thing that we created, and we'll see in the numbers later, was we allowed people to have private conversations with the bot. This was so huge. So, you had people that would come to our channel, but maybe they were too embarrassed about the question that they wanted to ask the bot. Maybe they didn't want this very public conversation with a machine, being so that everybody could see it. So we allow people to spark up private conversations with the Slack bot and ask all the same questions. And so we had to monitor that, but we realized through monitoring that this was a huge, huge addition to get people to use the bot to answer their questions. All right. So we also talked to product managers and stakeholders about, this was a side project for us pretty much. So we didn't have dedicated product managers or stakeholders, but we knew we had the expertise at Comcast. So we went to them and we said, here's our product. If this were your product, how could you get more people using it? And we came up with this idea, this thought that one of our product managers knew happened on Vinyl DNS, which was pretty amazing, called the ping after ticket. All right. The ping after ticket is this. It is when a team uses a ticket system like Jira, and you're supposed to, if you need help from that team, you go to their Jira board and you put in a ticket. All right. Now, one of these groups was closely related to DNS that had a Jira board. People would go to their Jira board and say, hey, I need help with this. Now, their service level agreement, their time to get back to people was 24 hours. They said, we'll get back to you within 24 hours. So what people would end up doing was they would go create this ticket and then come directly to our Slack channel and say, who can help me with this ticket? Now, a couple of things are wrong with that. Number one, the team says it could take up to 24 hours and you should respect that. And number two, it's not our engineers' jobs. Just because we're related with DNS does not mean that we can handle every DNS entry. And so this was taking time from our engineers to be able to respond to these questions. So we created this thing called unsolicited responses. We could tell when somebody was pasting a ticket from this other team's Jira board into our Slack channel. And instead of having any interaction with our individual engineers, we would automatically respond with, they'll be ready in 24 hours or up to 24 hours. That completely removed human interaction from that. So you're talking about not a reduction in work in situations like this, an elimination in work. All right. So what are other ways? We wanted to keep our developers who are contributing to the bot happy and engaged. So we started saying, hey, we created a whole Easter egg section. And this is one of my favorite Easter eggs that I put in there. I actually put in the Konami code into the bot. So for anybody out there who knows the Konami code, feel free to say it with me. If you typed in up, up, down, down, left, right, B, A, and then hit enter, you would unlock the Contra code, the Konami code from way back in the late 80s, early 90s. And you'd see a nice little animated GIF of Contra come up. I had a great time putting that in there. There's probably about 4 or 5 other Easter eggs in there as well. Okay. The bot is also great for new and young team members to really get involved early. Vinyl DNS was a pretty complicated, piece of code to get into, but the bot was not. So it allowed some of our engineers that were new to the team to immediately make an impact while they were getting up to speed on the Vinyl DNS code. All right. And then we also inner sourced the project. Now, this was a way to allow others to contribute to the bot and also fork and create branches so that they can create versions of the bot for whatever system that they were trying to support. So these were all ways that we could continue to get people to use this bot of ours. All right. So let's go by the numbers. We want to make sure that what we do is impactful. So we started measuring. All right. And so remember, our goal in all of this was to help our users get their answers more quickly. All right. Possibly by eliminating us as middle people. All right. Now, if only a few people were helped by the bot, then that's time saved, right? So it's worth it. But we wanted to see just how much of an impact we were having. So in a 30-day chunk earlier in the year, we measured out, a 90-day chunk earlier in the year, we measured out how people were interacting with our bot. All right. And here's what we found. During that time in our Slack channel, there were 711 total interactions. All right. And so that includes people who actually reached out to us as humans and we had to take care of it, and people who utilized the bot. And so what we found was 347 total interactions with the bot. And of those, 260 of them were direct messages. So the majority of the interaction with the bot were direct messages, people self-serving to find out information that they needed. All right. 7 of them were unsolicited. That means that people were asking about the tickets and getting automatic responses saying, come back in 24 hours or check with that team in 24 hours. And 51% of the interactions were still human-based. That was our engineers still working on it. But that meant 49% of the interactions during that 90-day period were offloaded to our Slack bot. That's amazing. And I'm so glad we actually ended up measuring this. All right. So what did we learn out of all this? All right. Start small and evolve. We went over that earlier. Perfect is the enemy of good. In some cases, they say perfect is the enemy of done, meaning you'll never actually get anything done if you're trying to be perfect. We started with a very easy idea of we have robust documentation and we don't have all the people going to our documentation. How do we fix that problem? We create easy text searches for people to get routed to our documentation. Started small, added new features later. Automation actually changes people's behavior. And if we use as an example that idea of the ticket system, where people were going and creating tickets and then immediately coming to our Slack channel to get action on those tickets. In the beginning, we found that people were getting dinged on this a lot. They were constantly getting these automatic unsolicited replies from the bot saying, hey, don't come here and ask for help on that ticket. You know, there's another team that's in charge and they will get back to you shortly. What we found is those interactions started getting smaller and smaller and smaller, which meant our users were learning, don't come to this channel for those tickets, which is amazing to see that behavior is changing because of this bot. And people are becoming more intelligent on how to interact with these systems, with these teams, based off the bot giving them automatic responses. And finally, we found out, by going through this, that we are not alone. We weren't the only team that needed this kind of automation to reduce toil. After building our bot and showcasing it, there were several other groups that started getting involved. And we had interest from internal teams. There's another bot internally called Elementron for a team called Elements that's there. They took the bot and implemented it into their Slack channel. Sky and NBC Universal saw our presentation and we wanted to be able to allow them to use it. Interestingly enough, when they had interest We had inner-sourced it already on our internal GitHub, but Sky and NBC did not have access to do it. And that actually prompted us to open source our software. So the bot is now open sourced as an add-on for Vinyl DNS that anyone here could go use. We used it to make sure that we could spread it to NBC, Universal, and Sky, but you can benefit it from yourself by going and getting a copy of Dennis Botman yourself. So, and just to be clear, because I'm not sure if you heard me, this is amazing news and it only happened 2 weeks ago. Dennis Botman, or we call it Vinyl DNS Bot, is open source. Here's the link to it. We'll also provide it in chat. Please go to our GitHub page, download, create a copy of it. The documentation is amazing. If you just want to learn how to start creating bots in Slack, this will be everything that you need to learn how to start creating your own test environments and bots and conversational bots in Slack, even if you don't use it for anything else other than figuring out how to set that up. So please, I encourage you to do so. All right. And with that, I just want to say thank you to everyone for your time. Thank you to everyone who coordinated and organized this Juneteenth Conf on this historic day. And make sure you stick around, because if I saw the schedule correctly, the next speaker is Comcast's very own Leslie Chapman, a dear friend of mine, and she's going to speak about some great topics. And I hope to connect with everyone on LinkedIn or Twitter. Take care, everyone. Bye.
Wow, that was awesome. Awesome information. Thank you so much, Michael. And I don't know if you all were able to jot down that link that he provided, but we will be posting that in chat so that you can. And again, mind-blowing stuff. Dennis Botman. I absolutely love it. Okay, stay tuned for us, and we will be back shortly. And as Michael said, we will be hearing once again from Leslie. So just stay with us, and we'll be back shortly. Welcome back. And as they say, it's funny how time flies when you're having fun. I have been having a blast, and it definitely does not seem like it, but we are here. We are at the end of the conference. We have one last presenter, and we are very excited because we did experience her awesomeness earlier, and we get to hear a little bit more from Leslie Chapman as she brings to us Don't Let Your Tech Grow Up to Be Biased. Enjoy.
Hello, my name is Leslie Chapman. I am a distinguished engineer at Comcast in beautiful Center City, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. A little bit about me. I've been with Comcast for 15 years, and I spent most of those years working on interactive television platforms, most notably the X1 platform. About a year ago, I changed my focus over to mobile development in support of home automation and Internet of Things. In my spare time, I'm really passionate about getting children interested in engineering. As part of working on the X1 platform, I had the pleasure of being involved in working on the Xfinity voice remote. It was my first exposure to natural language processing and machine learning. One thing I learned very quickly is that voices are as unique as fingerprints. And even an individual's unique voice can change based on if they're tired or mad or excited or even had a couple glasses of wine. Part of what I love about my job is that I'm constantly learning. And a lot of times that boils down to constantly reading. So I went down a bit of a rabbit hole researching times when diversity was not taken into account when creating products. Which leads me to why we're here today, to talk about how not to let your tech grow up to be biased. You might remember a viral video from 2017. It took the internet by storm. It was titled, "Is this soap dispenser racist?" In the video, you see a black woman in the restroom of a hotel struggling to get soap from an automatic soap dispenser. The video went viral, and the internet had a good laugh. But 4 years later, we are still in the same position, fighting with biased tech, and it's not a laughing matter. The reason why some automatic soap dispensers aren't able to see people with darker skin is because they use infrared light. It's supposed to come out of the automatic soap dispenser, hit your skin, and reflect back off the hand and basically close the circuit in order to dispense soap. But darker colors absorb light and thus reflect less, resulting in the circuit not closing. We're going to get into some machine learning topics later, but this soap dispenser wasn't taught not to recognize dark skin because of a bad machine learning model. It just wasn't engineered by people with darker skin or with people with darker skin in the room or doing the testing. A month ago, while I was playing around with the idea of this talk, I had a routine doctor's appointment. My white doctor came into the exam room, washed her hands using an automatic soap dispenser, and proceeded with my exam. Before leaving, a nurse had to see me to draw some blood. This nurse was black. When she went to wash her hands, the automatic soap dispenser didn't work. She nervously laughed and told me, "This happens all the time. Just excuse me, I'm going to go wash my hands in the sink in the hall that has a real soap dispenser." Folks, I'm not making this up. I am not making this up for the purposes of this talk. It was actually what spurred me to make sure that I wrote it. This happened to me a month ago. It's 2021. Even when the internet was having its chuckles about the automatic soap dispenser, I was sitting in an exam room during hopefully the tail end of a global pandemic where my black nurse couldn't wash her hands. And what really concerns me is that there are more products out there that are even less of a laughing matter, that are intended to save lives, that are being developed without diversity in mind. Let's talk about a pulse oximeter. That's the little gadget that's placed on your fingertip. It uses light beams to determine your blood's oxygen saturation levels. They have been widely used as a quick COVID screen, along with temperature checks. Well, here's the thing. They aren't as accurate on dark skin 12% of the time, according to the New England Journal of Medicine. So let's make up some numbers real quick. Let's do some math. There are approximately 325 million people in the US, and 13.5% of that population is Black. So let's just say that half of the Black population were to get a pulse oximeter test, and 12% of them got inaccurate results. That is 2.6 million people that were depending on our medical population and their tech to keep us safe, that got inaccurate results. Now, I just used the Black population of the United States for those numbers, but it's not just about Black people, it's about people with darker skin. And when we think about the population in the United States that have darker skin colors, it's a lot more. But it's not just about pulse oximeters. Many heart rate detecting smartwatches also don't work on darker skin. And when we think about the fact that the Black community is more prone to heart disease, the fact that this tech that could keep us safe and save our lives often doesn't work on us is heartbreaking. If that isn't enough to scare you, think about this. Well, it might just be an inconvenience to not be able to get soap from a dispenser. What happens when it's a self-driving car that can't see you because you have darker skin? Well, the Georgia Institute of Technology did a study that found that on average, image detection systems were 5% less accurate at detecting dark-skinned pedestrians. I want to be clear, though, this isn't just a problem for people of color. It's a problem of diversity, of having broad representation in the room when designing and developing products. In 2010, 7 years before the woman in the restroom accused the automatic soap dispenser of being racist, Time magazine actually printed an article entitled, "Are Face Detection Cameras Racist?" In this article, they explore how some digital cameras' face detection features would often report blink detection when photographing Asian faces. So what do? We know we have a pipeline problem. There aren't enough Black technologists to put one in every single room to make sure that we're represented. There aren't enough female technologists to put one in every single room to make sure we're represented. And while we need to think about the pipeline problem, we need to also think about other solutions. But there is hope. Many of us work on products where we take accessibility into account. It took us a long time as an industry to start treating accessibility as a front of mind for every product. Same with localization. Many of us work on products that need to be available in multiple languages. Many products today will not ship if they do not support accessibility and localization. So thinking about the differences between gender and skin color and other features should be just as much of a knee-jerk requirement. 20 years ago, localization and accessibility weren't considered as broadly. So there is hope. We can change. But we need to start today by being the voice in the room that is advocating for diversity. And others will learn by example, so that when we're not in the room, others will be the voices to advocate for diversity. So speak up. Ask the questions. Think about the questions and then ask them. Have we thought about people with both light and dark skin? Have we thought about women? Have we thought about people with different voice inflections? Have we thought about people with tattoos? Have we thought about people that have 2 different color eyes? When we're training machine learning models, remember that they will only know what you train them. If your self-driving car was only taught to identify people because it was shown photos of Caucasians, then it clearly has no chance of knowing that anyone other than a Caucasian is a human that should not be hit. As I mentioned earlier, only 13.5% of the US population is Black. But that doesn't mean that when training a machine learning model, it should only be trained to see Black faces 13.5% of the time. If that self-driving car is driving around New York City or Philadelphia, trust me, more than 13% of the pedestrians are Black. If your machine learning is for voice recognition, we need to make sure that you're training its model with voices of all different inflections, all different articulations, and all different pronunciations. And think about people with speech impediments. As you go into alpha and beta testing, make sure the pool of testers are diverse. Oftentimes, companies will go into alpha and beta with only their employees, which in the tech space sadly means there probably aren't as many women or Black people testing the products. You know, when we were building the voice remote, working in Philadelphia, there probably weren't a lot of people on our team with a Southern accent. So I'd like us all to try a very quick exercise. You can grab a pen and paper if you'd like, or you can just think about it, but I'd like to just take 30 seconds. And I want everybody to just sit and reflect and make a little list in their head of what a diverse pool of testers or a diverse audience would look like for your product. I'll give you a couple of quick examples. For me, it would be, we would have someone for whom English is not their first language, someone who is blind, someone who's using 2 crutches, someone with a pacemaker, and so on and so forth. But I want to give you all 30 seconds to just kind of sit and draw that picture in your mind of who you would include in a diverse audience. 30 seconds, starting now. And time. Well, I'm really curious what processes people took as they thought about their lists. Did you maybe think about your friends and family? Did you think about some of the groups that I've already mentioned? Did you think about people that your products didn't include in the past, because hindsight's 2020? I have a unique thought that I'd like to share. I'm wondering if anyone here thought about people with medical conditions that cause tremors. It's estimated by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services that over 14 million Americans have tremors. So if you work on any products with a gyroscope, it's a really important audience to consider. If you make any products that require fine motor skills, it's a very important audience to consider. Now let's think about this. As a group here, as an audience here, we only had 30 seconds, and I bet if we combined all of our lists, we would have such a wonderful, wonderful idea of what a diverse audience looks like. So I challenge you to go back and do this with your coworkers. Gather 10 people and have each one of them put together a list of what they think a truly diverse pool of users look like. Then compare notes, because I bet everyone has someone that they've missed on their list that somebody else doesn't. The fact that I'm a Black woman doesn't mean I'm the best suited to make that list. I have my own biases. But when I'm one of the inputs into that thought exercise, I can bring my unique perspective to combine with everybody else's unique perspective. And now you can refer back to that list when you're training your machine learning models, when you're soliciting for alpha and beta testers, but more importantly, when you're coming up with the requirements in the first place. No company sets out to be that product that gets called racist on the internet, but it happens over and over again. But you can be the voice that helps your company avoid that embarrassment. And more importantly, you can be the voice that helps your community live in a world where tech works for you and not against you. Thank you all for being here today. Happy Juneteenth, and be well.
That was awesome. Wow. Leslie definitely gave us some things to think about. If you just like kind of even thinking about the fact that people often have good intentions, but sometimes, even with good intentions, biases, they're there. So we just want to thank Leslie for that. And we want to thank you all for joining us. We have come to the end of the second annual Juneteenth Conference, and we are so grateful that you joined us today. We definitely want to thank everyone who appeared here today. Want to say thank you to our wonderful moderator, Dr. Kamika Campbell, to the wonderful women who were on our town hall panelists, Brittany Braxton, Angie Jones, Labrina Loving, and Kishaw Rogers. We want to say thank you so much. And to our fabulous presenters, we had Maya Matos, Jay Miller, Leslie Chapman, Pierre Du Bois, Wesley Faulkner, Melisha McGregor, and Michael Winslow. Thank you all so much for your time, for your dedication, and for your love of tech. Thank you for giving us some things to think about. And I hope that everyone was able to take away something from this conference. Thank you to those who participated in the chat. We appreciate you all tremendously. And as I mentioned earlier, you just want to follow us at Juneteenth Conference, and Juneteenth Conf. We will be talking about the shirts and how you can get one. And in the meantime, in between time, I will also be raffling off a shirt, and it's very easy to be included in the raffle. All you have to do is share on social media, on Twitter. You can just send out a tweet. Let us know something that stood out in today's conference for you, and just want you to hashtag Juneteenth Conf, and also at Juneteenth Conf, so that we can collect all of those. We'll be doing so at the end of the weekend, and then on Monday we will randomly draw a name and contact the winner so that they can receive a Juneteenth Conference shirt. Thank you all so much. The last thing I want to do is to say thank you so much to the creator of Juneteenth Conference, Michael Brown. Just want to thank you for your passion, for following your dream to create Juneteenth Conference. I am very proud of you. I am even more so proud that I get to call you my husband. Thank you so much, and looking forward to next year. More opportunity to celebrate this now federal holiday, Juneteenth. Have a wonderful rest of the day, everyone. And as our panelists said earlier, now we can all go take a nap and celebrate Juneteenth properly. Have a great evening. Bye-bye.